doing? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. ¿Cómo andamos? How we doing? Let me know the volume is all right, y'all. Listen, off the bat, I'm not going to be very sympathetic to Don Lemon. My conspiracy theory hat is right on. Um, in terms of Hassan Piker, same situation with his band. Don Lemon is as much as a legitimate political prisoner as Hassan Piker is in this current situation with being banned. You have to understand that I view these individuals as controlled opposition. I think the same way I've been talking about how Hutch legitimizes rad libs as leftists, as socialists, as communists, um, in order to control the Overton window, in order to maintain the illusion that Hassan Piker, the Vanguard, Kyle KK Kalinske, the Majority Report, all try to maintain to present themselves as the most rational left, right? The furthest left you can go before you become a tanky. The furthest left you can go before you become a lunatic. The furthest left you can go before you become a wrecker, before you become an accelerationist. All these things. Liberals, centrists, legitimize Hassan Piker and these individuals by presenting them and treating them as if they actually want revolutionary change. They do not. They do not. They want to maintain the status quo. They want to return to normalcy. And that's about it. They want to give us and make sure that we have some crumbs in order to pretend that they're building towards something and not just aiding and abetting the destruction of the planet and the continued uh, targeting of the global majority, the continued suppression and oppression of the colonized proletariat. So, with that in mind, that's why I put the title that way to kind of poke fun at that. Unfortunately, real journalists have been apprehended and arrested by the Trump administration. Understand that this move is um, we've seen it before with whistleblowers, not with something so um, rudimentary. It wasn't like they were doing any deep dives into what the government and their inner workings and exposing some mass corruption. But you're seeing how we have to. When we talk about white supremacy, when we talk about settler colonialism, we have to also include, the Christian nationalist aspect of it. Oh, you're coming into our churches? Nah, 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 nah. Those are our sacred places to build and nurture white supremacist ideology that is rooted and connected spiritually to the essence and being of these colonizers. So that's the reason why, again, I will give some time to cover. Breakthrough News was hosting a press conference for journalist Fort that we're gonna go over shortly. I hate saying yeah. So the arrest of I had her name right here. I'm blanking out on their first name. Georgia, yeah, Georgia Fort. So we'll go over that all shortly. Um, I was gonna do this in a different order, but it just, I'm always saying shout out to Wise the Dome TV. Wise the Dome TV. Apparently my accent was tripping some people up. So there it is. Um, and then the other channel that's launched, psychological or psych. What was it called? My apologies. I'm really bad with names. Militancy, I want to say, but I could be wrong. Let me make sure I have it right. I'm following way too many people. Oh yes, psych militancy. So go and check those channels out. As always, Black Liberation Media. I will say this before we start anything. Um, I just want to read this really quickly. This section here. Look, I try my best to present myself as honestly as possible, as direct and genuine as possible. Because some people don't, you know, don't value and appreciate that, which I understand. I get it. Sometimes I wish that I would be a little bit more of a fraud and big myself up. And as you know, we were covering uh, grits and egg, or eggs and grits. I'm not sure what their name is. Where are we here with this? Um, and I was just trying to be honest about the fact that, hey, he's got Urugu on his desk. I have it. Uh, well, now it's closer and more convenient. I have it here, and I confess how um I hadn't read the book. That I bought it. I shared a very to me very, powerful, emotionally connecting story about that. Oh, why is it being weird? Okay. But to some people that's not enough, and they wanted to expose me as a charlatan, as a pseudo intellectual, and that hurt, but I get it. I get where people come from. And so I'm like, all right, let me do a little bit of the work, because Dr. Bob basically said, hey, you're a poser. You're not a real one. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. But I did want to go over this brief section here. Let me find it real quick. Sorry. Because I was beating myself up because I was like, why haven't I read this? Let me check it out. And I've had it sitting there for a while. Like I said, I bought it because I hate leaving, honestly, any mom and pop shop empty handed. Even if I'm at a restaurant or something, I'll just get a drink, right? Whatever. Just I don't want to take up space. I feel awkward about that. I'm sure there's more to that. And they were so gracious at SO1 bookstore that I want to make sure that I left there with some things, and that's one of the things I left with. And for the longest, I was like, man, to be honest, I don't know if I can engage with the book. It's probably the size probably was intimidating as well, and just intellectually to be able to sit down and go through a text that dense is a little bit. I don't know. It's reminiscent of a textbook, right? And I was just like, I don't know if I can engage with that. So just making excuses for why I hadn't engaged with it. And I mean, all credit and gratitude and thanks to eggs and grits, or grits and eggs, for being a poser, a pseudo intellectual, and having that book in front of him, because that encouraged me to finally crack it open and be like, all right, what's going on here? And normally, I've said this before, because I have an issue finishing books, I just started treating them like TV shows, and I start flipping through the sections and see what attracts my attention, and I view that as like an episode of something, or one of the better episodes, or something that you know that attracts my attention. So I'm looking through this, and then I'm seeing where is it here? The character of Europeans. That's what I wanted to look at. All right, awesome. So we'll briefly go over this, and then we'll get back to the main topics at hand. I think that should be good. Maybe a little bit more. And this section, man, it pissed me off that it took me so long to read this. Um, I'll read, yeah, I'll just read this bottom portion here. No, no, we'll read all this. The character of the European, and then we'll move forward. This is gonna scare off any white people that may be jumping onto here, any hipsters, any rad libs that may be bamboozled by the title. So I love this. Like, I'm gonna butcher some words, but here we go. The character of the European. Ut ama wazo. We should not leave this discussion with the impression that Platonic thought ushered in vast and immediate changes in the nature of European culture. To begin with, there was, in a sense, no Europe in his time. But in another sense, what we have identified as the European Asili, the seed of the culture, had already been planted. The planting of this seed had to have taken place in the early days of the Indo European tribal development, where there was already a very definite Utumora Ho, or even earlier with the first Homo sapiens to inhabit the Eurasian steppes and the Caucasus region for a long enough period to have become non African. This means that Plato's work was all the more important in the definitional process of the Utamawazo because it had been prefigured in the germ of the culture and necessary if the asili was to be realized. It means it means as well that as the culture through its members fought to assume a particular definition, it was developing according to a code already in existence, somewhat in the sense that we think of a particular combination of genes as determining a particular human form. The seed struggles to develop. The germ insists on fulfilling its formulative role. European history is a history of bloody uh, internies. I had to look up this word. I know I'm mispronouncing it again. Internecine, I think that's what it was. And it basically means destructive on both sides. So these wars that they were carrying on that were just, brutalizing the victors and the losers. So the history of bloody internecine, internecine wars, okay, and battles fought to maintain a particular character and to eliminate opposing influences, heretics, infidels, barbarians. It is a history of aggressive behavior towards other cultures. All difference threatens the realization of the asili. It's like a child's struggle to be born. The battle is fought because the asili exists, and Platonic thought is so significant, determinative, because it suited the asili. His epistemological theory helped in the formulation of an ultima wazu that complemented the asili. All right, this is a part here where I was just like, why did it take me so long to engage with this? And I was just, I don't know, like shit like this. It does make me feel like I'm like a little bit of like conspiracy theories or like if you're putting like, oh, there's something genetically wrong with these people that, and I don't think it's that. I think honestly, I think more than anything, it's environmental. I think when a group of people are in such a hostile environment, they themselves become hostile, and the more that we learn about like DNA, the more uh we realize that this shit and these let's say traits, habits that are encouraged and rewarded for survival are passed down in ways that we don't quite understand yet. And I think that that hostile environment that created hostile creatures, the rest of the world, especially the world where things did not, where there wasn't a scarce resource to that extent and didn't have to become so brutal and violent out of necessity, we're not prepared for the barbarity that these Europeans brought to the rest of the world. Not to mention how unclean they were and literally became human walking biological weapons. And funny enough, again, the way that they talk about us, right? When even the Bacero program started, they would like use chemical I was gonna say detergents, but like they would make sure that Mexicans were washed in chemical baths because oh, we don't want them bringing diseases. You have essentially exterminated entire populations because of how filthy and unwashed you are. It's just it's ridiculous. The projection every single time. With Plato, epistemology became ideological. What is more, contrary to what some have claimed, Platonic conceptions, uh, yes, did not make knowledge accessible to the masses through its desacralization. What he did was to ensure that, at least until the Gutenberg galaxy, the few would have no threat from the many, because the many did not have access to the intellectual life of the state. This was due to the ascendancy of the literate mode coupled with the lack of printing and mass production technology, as well as the fact that only the privileged few were trained to be literate. In sense, Plato's plan was foolproof because even when the European masses gained access centuries later, the mechanisms of control were so tightly structured that the assumption they had to assimilate in order to be considered educated guaranteed that they would think the way he had planned. Mind you, this is the first fucking anything section that that I read of this book. I'm still gonna donate this. I mean, this is a brand spanking new book. I make an effort to, a lot of people are like, oh, look at the spine. He hasn't read it. I have not read this, right? But some of the books that I have read and gone over and gone back to reference, like I mentioned yesterday or the day before that, intellectual warfare. I, dude, like I grew up very privileged, very benefit. Like I consider myself very privileged growing up, but I always make sure to take care of my things because I'm like, fuck that, bro. Like I can't fuck up. Uh, Again, one of the reasons I stopped reading comics when I was younger is because I felt guilty that I could, you know, get through a comic so quick, and financially just it didn't make sense to ask for comics for a while. Um, Anywho, so this is the first. I'm still gonna donate that to Black Lantern Books, um, and so I downloaded the PDF and to obviously go through it with y'all. But because this is the first thing I read, I'm not sure what else I'm to expect or what positions are going to be presented. But this portion here did remind me of Marx, speaking about that and I'm going to butcher this, but essentially that the dominant thought in the way of thinking is the thought of the bourgeoisie. And I love this shit here because it's like that for me, it kind of aligns with it in the sense that this has been the standard for so long. And I love this in order to be considered educated. These are the standards and things you have to believe in and push forward, right? And you see how in academia, like that is also it festers in itself, right? In order to be considered a legitimate academic, there's certain things that you have to push and certain things you have to ignore, and there's consequences for not following those unspoken rules.
I'm afraid of
Thank
like
you so much for
talking to
subscribing.
people who
Uh,
are outside.
so I was really, really stoked when I saw this. All right, let's continue here. It was as though his hand reached through centuries of culture. Excuse me. It was as though his hand reached through centuries of cultural existence, as the European cognitive style became an extension of Platonism. Not only all European intellectuals, but all intellectuals would be trained in the academy, Plato's legacy, a testament to the success of European cultural imperialism. The Academy has preserved a cultural tradition, a race of people, and a dominant society. No matter the intern excuse me, internecing is the word, internecing. I don't know why I struggle with that one, but I love the word, like mutual self destruction, essentially. Internecine controversies and so called political revolutions that might occur. The Academy assures that the ideological infrastructure will remain intact. And then you think back when Europe was colonizing, everywhere, everything, where were the intellectuals of the colonized countries, areas, regions, where would they go to study? Where were the bourgeois of them go? Or where were the ones that were sneak through the cracks uh, and were intelligent enough and fortunate enough to be able to go study? Where would they go? To Europe. That's where they started going. And you saw that flip. Whereas before Europe started global colonization, Europeans would go to Kemet. Europeans would go to, you know, uh, basically like these Muslim institutions of knowledge. That's where they would go to learn. Because not because of imperialism, right? But because there's like, oh, well, the smartest people are there, go study with them. But the European needed to impose imperialism and basically destroy the academic institutions or the basis of knowledge, the institutions of knowledge, the indigenous, the native ones, in order to get the people that they're colonizing, the intelligentsia, right, to go over to Europe to study and learn their ways, and then go back home and do what? Spread that shit all over, right? Make that the new standard. Again, I could be totally off the mark. But man, when I was reading this, I was like sitting in a parking lot. I was out literally all day, just doing errands and chores that I pushed back because of that wild ass 7 hour stream. Uh, and so I was reading this while waiting, and I was just like losing my shit in the car. I was just like, what? Like, this is so good. And this is super reminiscent of Jacob Carter's book. This is I remember feeling this way of like just clarity, right? The emergent theme is power. What begins to develop from this initial discussion is a portrait of the European Utamawazo as responding to an asili, that is, power seeking. A particular definition of power presents itself in and I looked up this word, I don't know if it's a misspelling or maybe they provide the definition previously, but I couldn't figure out what it meant. Uh, like search or secret? Secret? If anybody can help me in the chat, let me know. Um, okay, a particular definition of power presents itself in the search for a European predilection, temperament, and need. Power is here defined not as the power to do, which results from the giving and receiving of energy from forces in the universe and through interactions with these forces as they manifest themselves in various modalities of natural being. It is instead defined as power over and is predicated on, or rather, originates in separation. This is the fanatical European objective power to do, seeks balance and harmony, power over, functions only through the modality of control. It precludes cosmic, communal, or sympathetic relationship. It is essentially political and materialistic. And like when I read that, I'm like, holy fuck, that's all they want to do. Like even like when they reference the Bible, and again, I'm a bad atheist and I try to be respectful and all that, but it's literally they believe they have domination over everything, over the laws of physics in the world and everything, right? Like they truly believe that God said, "Hey, this is all yours. Do with it what you will, and it's fine if you destroy it because you're a good individual and you're gonna make it to heaven." And they're limitless resources. So they don't even consider the environment around them as being part of them or them being part of it. They view themselves as dominators, right? As the power brokers, as the ones controlling all things because all things can be controlled in their mind. So for them, it is very much part of nature to control. It is very part of nature and almost their responsibility, their God-given duty. Man, it's so fucking good to have power over those things around them. And then we'll wrap up here. The Asili seed of the culture prefigures then dictates the development of the development of structures, institutions, arrangements that facilitate the achievement of power over other. The forms that are created within the European cultural experience can then be understood as mechanisms of control in the pursuit of power. This is what they all have in common. That is the key to their cultural explanation. And then again, this is a word that I was trying to look up, and again, it might have been provided earlier in the text, but I just skipped over. I opened this up and I was like, oh, I want to read this section. Um, so I'm just going to say ideological here. The ideological base of the culture is the will to power. And man, let's see here. This honestly, part of this reminded me of I remember trying to get into like, being fresh out of high school and be like, I'm going to read Nietzsche, right? And so I read a short collection of his works, and I couldn't fuck with it. I couldn't fuck with it. But there was this thing that he talked about how the obsession of creating separations, of dictating, hey, this is where this starts, and this is where this ends, and this is where this begins, and this is where it's, like this obsession with trying to dictate and plant your flag on the ending of something or the beginning of something, right? When in reality everything is a continuum. So this brought that to mind, which is probably disrespectful and insulting to say, oh yeah, this reminded me of Nietzsche. Or Nietzsche. I don't know how to say his name. The Utamawasu, or culturally structured thought, right? The culturally structured thought reorders the universe in relationships that prepare it for the illusion of control. Separation must come first. The Asili forces its own self realization through the cognitive structure of the Otomowaso in the following manner: dichotomization, or kodomization. All realities are split into parts. This begins with the separation of self, other, and is followed by the separation of the self into various dichotomies: reason, emotion, mind, body, intellect, nature. The process continues until the universe is composed of desperate entities. And I do view that as a form of control. In order to control shit, you got to break it apart. Like, I struggle to like wash dishes quickly. I wash them. I love. I don't know, something about mopping and washing dishes to me is very like soothing and therapeutic, right? Um, I think because you're seeing the result of your work so immediate. But when, like, the dishes pile up, I need to separate them to kind of not be like, fuck that, toss them or buy new ones. um, so in order to start, I need to break them apart because I feel more in control, right? And so for me, like, this is part of that need of control. If I break everything apart, if I separate everything just so, then I can control it and manipulate it. Oppositional, confrontational, antagonistic relationships. The self knows itself because it is placed in opposition to other, which includes the natural and affective part of the self. The self awareness is the origin of European consciousness. Other, that which is perceived to be different from the self, is threatening, therefore, establishing an antagonistic relationship between all entities that are different. These motherfuckers are terrified of anything destroying their fucking corrupted worldview. So they have to stomp that shit out. They have to stomp it out. And that aspect of like the intellectual warfare is to me like so significant. And my apologies if I've kind of diverged from that. We're gonna cover something from the Majority Report today. Sam Cedar spoke to Rokana, and watching that, and it's been a while. Shout out to David for always keeping tabs on them. But I kind of stepped away from a second from that stuff. I'm like, wait. No. We need to have this intellectual warfare. We need to be consistently keeping tabs on rad libs and pointing out their shortcomings. Shout out to Socialism for All, who just dropped a video on Hassan Piker. We'll watch like 2 minutes of that, just to help promote it, to help encourage people to go watch it. His breakdowns of Hassan Piker are some of my favorite because he really isn't petty, and so I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm not just a hater. I'm not just a hater. There's somebody who is better read, has organized more than myself, is has done more of the work overall, and more knowledgeable. All these things. Just from how he presents himself and the work that he's done on the channel. Um, that it's cool to be like, okay, I'm not just a fucking hater. I am a hater. I am petty, right? But when I call him a counter insurgent propagandist, that's not coming from a place of hate. That's coming from a place of observation of what he's doing, analyzing his movements, his actions, and his rhetoric, and what he's pushing forward to the largest audience online that have any interest in leftism in general, broadly speaking, and who present themselves as. Anyway, all right, let's move forward. I don't even know. Okay, okay, yes. Let's see here. The different part. This presents a principle of confrontational relationships in all realities. In all realities. Indeed, indeed, cognition itself is made possible through confrontation. Hierarchical segmentation. The original splitting, and again, I'm gonna have to start from the beginning because there's certain things that pop up that I don't think they're typos, but references to something previously named or mentioned or defined, right? The original splitting, or maybe it is, maybe it's just and, maybe it's supposed to be and it's like a weird, I'm overthinking it, huh? I do that a lot. All right. The original splitting and separating mental process assigns qualitative different, unequal value to the opposing realities of the dichotomies and the stratification of value to all realities within a given set or category. This process of valuation and devaluation is accompanied by that of segmentation and compartmentalization of independently derived entities. The effect is to eliminate the possibility of organic or sympathetic relationship, thereby establishing grounds for the dominance of the superior form or phenomenon over that which is perceived to be inferior. The power relationship abstracted from the larger whole, these opposing realities can never be perceived as either complementary or interdependent. And I was just like, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna have to find a way to like squeeze in this fucking text into my life and reading it. And so, I just, I go over this to highlight. And again, the book is Yurugu. And I mispronounce English and Spanish words, so I don't know what y'all want from me. But here it is. Here it is. Again, shout out and credit to the pseudo intellectuals. Shout out and credit to the posers, those that want to present themselves aesthetically as legitimate figures that would just want to gain legitimacy the lazy way. One of the reasons why I have comics behind me is to highlight that, hey, like, I read dumb shit. I try to read the best of what comics have to offer, but it's still not real fucking literature. I agree with Alan Moore. It is a sense of arrested development. But it's for me, it's like watching a good television show. Look, whether it's animated or series, what have you, it's entertainment, and I need to entertain myself, right? But I'm not demonstrating the books that I have, many of which I have not read because I haven't read them. And a lot of them that I have read, I haven't truly studied them, right? And so because of that, I've never wanted to present myself as something that I'm not, right? One of the motivating factors after I got over kind of the insecurities and fears of being like, hey, I don't know enough to start streaming and running my mouth, one of the motivating factors is, well, I could learn while I stream and I could educate myself while I stream and hopefully be an example or demonstrate that, hey, you don't have to know all this shit to be principled and to be consistent with what you already know, right? The knowledge that you already have and acquired and have worked for, quite often than not, if we're talking about the foundational things, should already keep you on a certain path, right? The reason why I reference Kwame Ture so much and the book Stoley Speaks and the Pitfalls of Liberalism is like, you read the Pitfalls of Liberalism, you have no fucking excuse. You have no fucking excuse. Like it's a wrap. Like stop fucking playing this uh, game with the Democrats. If you want to be practical about certain stuff in local elections, that's a different conversation. I hear you. The union work that I do, I have to be very practical. I get it. I'm sympathetic to that bias. Maybe I'm excusing myself. But overall, for me, it's like once you read the pitfalls of liberalism, I don't understand how you don't view Sam Cedar as the enemy of the colonized proletariat. I don't understand how you don't view Kyle KKK Kalinske, how you don't view Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Hassan Piker, the Vanguard. The list goes on as enemies of the colonized proletariat. They're aligning with the Democratic Party to maintain the status quo, literally telling us, hey, be peaceful because the police and the National Guard are going to protect you. Meanwhile, Tim Walz is over here praising ICE when they function properly. Ro Khanna, which we're going to go over, is telling Sam Cedar, well, there's a bill that's been presented to California to where if you're an ICE agent, and we'll go over it as well, you essentially can't be like a teacher and hold certain like public positions. Wonderful. It's not. I'd be shocked if it passes. I'm actually going to reach out to some people to find out whether or not we could endorse it, but it's going to be a hard sell. Honestly, I shouldn't be talking about this shit on stream. My apologies. So I'm just really excited for it. But Rokana was already like, well, it depends what you mean by ICE agent and doing that shit, right? Because a lot of these fucking liberals have been saying Trump's ICE, Trump's ICE. When did they get hired? And then you realize that Jonathan Ross has been in ICE for like what, a fucking decade? Not only that, he's a veteran as well. So you're always gonna have excuses, and to hold them accountable across the board as you should is gonna be deemed too radical. And of course, spoiler alert, Sam Cedar offered no pushback to that. But we'll go over that later. How aren't these people viewed as our enemies? I just don't understand, but I'm gonna be here to make sure that we call them out properly. And again, my apologies if I kind of like neglected that aspect of it. I think after the stream on Wednesday, I realized how much fucking fun I was having in terms of going over the opportunist literally started a fucking YouTube channel and moved to the right, the Vanguard and Bisco. Like that conversation to me was, and I felt like maybe I got a little repetitive, but because their bullshit lies were based on just falsehoods that they themselves recognize. And so to counter them, you kind of get repetitive. You're doubling down and why they're wrong. Um, but I had so much fun that I'm like, oh damn, that's right. And I was watching the Majority Report, just fucking times 3 speed, because how slow Sam Cedar talks. That I'm like, okay, let me get back to this. Let's incorporate more video coverage. Um, I was not looking at the chat at all. Ba, 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 ba. Yes, Georgia Fort was taken into custody. We'll talk about that today. Um, Samantha, yeah, I think we would be remiss not to consider the relationship between Indo-European invasion and the introduction and position of patrilineal and patriarchal societies by and large. 100%. I think just overall, the imposition of the European standards and societal ways of living really hampered seeing how different societies prosper and develop in ways that we weren't even thinking of or can't think of because of how badly our minds have been colonized. To understand that, like, if we're being scientific with our approach, we need to see different fucking experiments before us to find out what is the the best methods in construction a society and in our relationship to the planet as a species. So I hear you there in the Deculturation Live chat. And by the way, thank y'all so much for subscribing to Deculturation Live. We're like at 788. I'm sure we could hit the 800 subscribers there in no time. All right. B School with a P. And I know Dr. Ba was in the chat. We were going back and forth about this. I was so grateful to Egg and Grits and Eggs for being a fucking poser. Let's see. All right. Oh, it's internecine. Internecine. Okay. Um, appreciate y'all in the chat as always. So I'll do the pitch. Super chats and super stickers are turned on if you want to help support the channel. The Patreon is moving. I appreciate all the help. Like I said, I just got in a car accident, and if it wasn't for the Patreon, I would be, man, things would be not so good. So I appreciate all the help. Usually I try to use that money to put back into the stream. That was so helpful, so helpful. Hopefully I can get my car
I
back in a
voted for
week.
Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Haven't been getting much sleep, just trying to navigate getting to work. So that's been a lot of fun. So again, I can't express how much I appreciate that. So thank you all for that. But more importantly, hit the like button. It's free. Hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And please get busy in the chat. Don't be scared, homies. Get busy in the chat. We have a good time here. Even if we disagree, I know we've had some people come in here and demonstrate their parasocial relationships. That's fine too. Somebody was accusing me of being a hypocrite because revolutionary sellout cozies up to white nationalists, and I was friendly with Sam Cedar in that first conversation I had with him that we went over, and I was like, bro, that was 4 years ago before I knew how much of liberal Zionists they were, and I always try to be respectful when I interact with somebody first, and then if I see that they want to get a little rowdy, I'll do the same thing. And our second conversation was me disrespecting them a little bit more freely. And also, like, there's levels to this shit, right? Jake Shields and Sam Cedar may both be white supremacists at their core, but Jake Shields waved that flag around and is proud of it, and Sam Cedar tries to intellectualize his way around it. What's worse? You tell me. Zig, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Is it a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk? Thank you so much. And all right. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. No reply. The last human sacrifice in what is now Mexico was in 1550, so they were extracting hearts from chests. Keep it up, and you'll have my heart as well, I guess. I don't know. Okay, the fuck. Um. Yep, we know a fraction of the matriarchies that were destroyed by colonialism. Yeah, Claudia. And again, just whole ways of living that we'll never know. I realized we didn't get enough of that Vosh video. It was so good, man. It was so brutal. And it's not the only time he's spoken about black nationalism. That's the sad part. But of course, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck all gave him a pass. And look, when you're talking about white supremacists like Vosh, it was no surprise that he was a fucking creep, that he was a lolly enthusiast, that he's essentially a pedo. No surprise at all. Because when it comes to like racism and white supremacy,
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Tute, thank you so much for the super chat. Glad you're okay from the crash. Look, honestly, like I mentioned before, I have totaled 2 cars, and none of them were my fault. Thankfully, one of them was like literally a fresh El Camino. It was brown. The thing was beautiful. It was a gorgeous car, and I felt so bad for homie because he was older, OG, and he didn't run a stop sign, but he looked left. He was gonna make a left. He looked left. I believe that he did. When you're driving that car, you have to look left, look right, and then took it and didn't do the 1, 2, and 1. And so I was coming down the main street, and so when he took it, they say time slows down when you get in a car crash. It didn't slow down for me for the crash. It slowed down for me when I realized I was gonna crash. Because like, yeah, I hit the brakes, but I knew there was no point of hitting the brakes. Like I knew there was no point of hitting the brakes. And so but I slammed on them anyways, and I just remember going, fuck. And I don't remember the impact. It was harsh. The car was completely totaled, and there was like the tiniest dent on the El Camino, just tiniest dent, and my car just The whole front is gone. If you would have seen that car, you would think that I got fucked up, but just very, very fucking fortunate and very grateful for that. Um, but I don't know, just lucky. And but the thing is, he was bummed, he was like, damn, bro, I was about to sell this and that. And to fix those vehicles, it's another level. It's another level to maintain those cars. And obviously you want the classic parts. That's a big selling point. And the lore and history of Whittier Boulevard and rolling down Whittier Boulevard and all that is still obviously not as prominent, but very much alive out here. So uh, you know, you see a lot of fucking fine cars, bro. A lot of I'm not even a car guy, It's just I see them, I'm like, fuck, the gas must be brutal, but I understand why you drive it. Um, yeah, definitely it did save me. Yeah, that's why Teslas are fucking death traps. 100%. Um, somebody asked in the deculturation live chat, um, why is Grits and Egg a poser or grifter? Watch the stream from yesterday. I know it's like a 7 hours, but like skip through it. I'm keeping it up for a little bit longer because it got completely blocked on the deculturation live
I
channel.
voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
And because I'm not like I haven't hit 100. Sorry, I haven't hit 1K subscribers. I don't get certain perks from YouTube in order to fight, things getting blocked. So in the main channel, deculturation, I was able to go in there and remove the Joe Budden portions. That's what got it fucking blocked for a second. Is that I went over Mark Lamont Hill's weird, shady movements, and that's what got the video pulled down for a second. I got it back up. I removed that shit, but I can't remove it on Deculturation Live. And it's one of the reasons why I do want to hit, 1,000 subscribers over there so that I could maneuver and navigate some of those videos a little bit better. No, he was super cool. He was honestly like the individuals that I've had accidents with have all been really, really chill people. But I think a lot of it is just the way that I approach it. Like, we're fucking alive. Like, nobody's gravely injured. Can we take a moment to just appreciate that? And when I remind them of that, I think for a lot of people, like, the adrenaline hits them. So, they get angry, they're scared. And then also the financial aspect. I mean, so much of our life is ruled by, all of it is ruled by money, really. So immediately it's like, fuck, how am I going to pay this? And I'm saying, like, thank y'all so much for the support because it really did help out. Um, so I don't know, when I'm in those situations, I'm pretty sympathetic, and I do not know how or why the adrenaline doesn't like pull out the worst in me. I don't know why that is. Like, I don't want to credit it to martial arts. That's kind of weird. Um, yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but in those moments, I'm able to put my shit aside and be like, or recensor it to be like, look, we got health, we're healthy, everything else is gonna work itself out. Um, the one thing that I do feel bad is, this one time I got hit by this newer driver. Um, the back of my car, I lose control of the vehicle and I crash through somebody's backyard, and again the car gets totaled, and immediately I'm having to reassure these people that were very frightened of what just occurred. And then they hit me with like, hey, is it possible, not to involve insurance, this and that. And I was like, look, and I'm like, mi gente, I get it. I really do. Um, but the damage to the cars is so vast, and the damage to the property of, just the property of this individual that isn't even involved, that doesn't have a vehicle in instead of skin in the game, a vehicle in the game. There's just no way of not involving the insurance. Like, I'm sorry. Because I know how like that will linger for fucking forever, unfortunately, in a situation like that. So like that made me feel like an asshole. But I knew that there was no way that that situation was going to get resolved, especially in a timely manner, without getting the insurance involved. again, I crash into somebody's fucking backyard because of it. Like there's how do you not handle that with insurance? It sucks, and I feel bad. Um, but yeah, I hate cars. I hate cars. I hate traffic. I hate vehicles. I want amazing public transportation. When I was younger and I grew up on it, you know, you're a kid, so you have no cares in the world, and so you think that it's just fucking cool and fun until you actually need it for work or you need it for something like to be consistent. You realize how fucking backwards we are with public transportation. I hate cars. I don't care if they're electric. I don't care how cool they are. I don't care if they're self-driving. I don't care. I hate fucking cars and I wish I never had to deal with them. And when I've been to places with better public transportation, and it doesn't have to be like crazy fucking bullet trains that I'm talking about, even in certain parts, and I know it's very drastic, but in certain parts of Mexico, like that, like the buses are running consistently and um some of the wildest fucking drivers. But hey, thank you so much for the super chat. I wanted to say I think it would be cool for you to learn about Naji Al Ali on stream. He was a brilliant political cartoonist. That's fucking awesome. I'll for sure look them up and find out what they're about. Let's see. Naji Ali. Well, fucking beautiful features. Um, Oh, wait, did he come up with this the Palestinian child? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll look more into that. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Because I mean, one of the reasons I fucking hate iDubbbz is how he disrespected BDS like that. It was just fucking wild. All right, all right. Oh, Gary. Okay, then explain the flag. uh, whoa, Gary. We're cool with a lot of trolling and a lot of shit talking. That's fine. Like we're black and brown over here, bro. Um, But when it comes to the sexual stuff, I draw a hard line in that. So if I see it again, you are getting banned. There's other streamers that are down to be like sexualized and sexualize themselves. I don't do that shit, bro. That's fucking creep behavior. That's how you, yeah. Anywho, so cool it on that. Anything else is basically fair game, obviously. The flag, yeah, you have to be new here. This shit's fucking hilarious. Every other fucking lefty streamer has a flag that they don't truly give a fuck about. They have a Soviet flag, they have a fucking Cuban flags, they have Palestinian flags, but they have no fucking principles behind them because everything's aesthetics for them. This shit's funny as fuck to me because I'm not just a bad atheist, I'm the worst fucking Chicano around. And it's a 2-for-1 special, homie. I gotta make fun of the aesthetics of lefties and their love for flags when they mean nothing to them. And I get to make fun of Chicano nationalists. I'm glad it's working though. I'm glad it's working. Let me show you an example just for you, homie, just for you. Just because we got time today. We're definitely not gonna go over the limit. I'm sure we won't. All right, here it is. Here it is. Let me find it. Dude, when I saw this, I didn't even laugh. It was just so fucking sad that I was like, oh wow, like this is a pathetic world that we're in. And individuals that get praised and upheld. Shout out to Angela Hill, uh, one of the scrappiest women's in mixed martial arts. I just saw a tweet by them. Where are we? Where are we? Dude, that Curry stuff. I don't know if y'all seen Curry and his investment in Zionist fucking
I voted for
corporations.
Kamala
That
Harris. You got
was
problem?
unsurprising, but like, I don't follow basketball, so I was like, why is this on my feed? I'm grateful for it, but yeesh, that's tough, man. That's tough. It reminded me like when I think is it RuPaul that like owns diamond like mines or some shit in Africa? I was like, God damn, bro, like people just move shamelessly. Unsurprising, of course, but just oh, here it is, bro. Found it. Look at this. Look how pathetic this is, man. By the way, I don't really fucking like. I'm not here for chat like that. I'm here to fucking talk, bro. Look at this shit. How fucking pathetic. Do you see why like some foods just need to get stomped the fuck out? It's man, this is so fucking pathetic. Ay. Jesus, bro. And then again, because I'm a hater, so I'll demonstrate. I'm a full fucking hater. It's here. I'll show you. I'll pull it up again. Now it should be in the history. Now it should be in the history. Let's see. And of course, still gonna be like impossible to find. I don't understand why it's so difficult to find that video. Let's go back one. Because we watched it yesterday, or we watched it. Sorry, I keep saying yesterday. For me, that stream was like a 2-day fucking marathon. That's fine. Let me see here. And I'll pull it up to demonstrate what a fucking filthy liar he is. And I don't understand why his fans don't just realize that this fool's full of shit. Like, it's fine if he's a poser, it's cool, but be honest about it. And of course, I probably won't find it in a timely manner. I don't understand. We're already on Tuesday. I didn't stream on Tuesday. It should have already popped up. Y'all remember that I liked it just so it'd be easier to fucking find? I don't know if he has it unlisted, so it doesn't even show up in your history, but I thought it would. That is fucking weird. Yeah, that's strange. It's basically a video of Hassan Piker telling Ethan Klein and Gila Klein that he is a super liberal. Oh, well. Like I said, I might have to like download that shit or something to keep it on tab. Because I really liked it just to fucking find it easier. Oh, let me find it here. But yeah, so he'd be doing shit like that and then calling himself a super liberal. The fuck am I supposed to do with that? Yeah. I'm not going to find it. And we're not going to spend another like 10 minutes looking for it again. As much as I want to, because I really do love pulling up receipts. Oh, well. Let's get back to the things at hand. This is why I have this fucking funny ass flag next to me, bro. Exactly. Oh, I missed a super chat. My apologies here. What supremacist flag are you talking about, Gary?
Like, if we're gonna colonize them, then let's actually show solidarity. God.
You got a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I don't get it like that, but here's a little bit for your. Oh, I don't got it like that, but here's a little bit for your pocket. Sorry about the crash. Hope you're doing okay. No, I appreciate it. And also, like, I was hesitant to want to mention the crash because I was like, I don't want to feel like I'm milking shit. The parasocial stuff, all these things to consider. But it's why I wasn't able to tap in last Friday and you know, cover the book. But thank you so much, Guadalupe, or what up? No, what up, yo? There it is. I want to reach in Spanish sometimes. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. That's hilarious. I don't know. I don't know what has to go wrong in your childhood to end up like this. I really don't. But let's get back to the important things. But I got to look up that later. All right. Democrats and Republicans are different. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are different. Don't conflate them. Don't say that they're the same. They're totally different parties. They totally serve different purposes. They're not in cahoots. They don't both serve capital. Totally different things. Totally different things. Unrelated. I mean, you couldn't think of greater enemies. You couldn't think. Oh my. This is my last comment to Gary. The fuck? It's a remix of the American flag. What is so hard here? Yeah. That's kind of the fucking joke, bro. And I already explained it. And I hate explaining jokes to begin with because it kind of ruins the joke most of the time. And I was kind of raised to let people fucking make themselves look stupid by not understanding the joke. But I explained to you. I don't know what else to do other than to explain to you that I'm mocking two types of people. I literally pulled up an example that use flags that they make meaningless. And two, to mock Chicano nationalists that fuck with the US flag. You know, you can have something as a mockery, pal. But hey. Carrie, how old are you? Man. All right, so let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. We've given Gary enough attention. Democrats' White House strike spending deal that would avert government shutdown. Now remember, they went through a toothless, meaningless government shutdown that put a lot of people that, like me, that grew up or living off of, I grew up with it. Fortunately, I'm lucky enough not to have to be on it anymore. Government assistance. And they put a lot of people at risk. A lot of people at risk. A lot of people suffered because the Democratic Party wanted to do a shutdown, which, hey, if you get your political objectives achieved, right, which is concerned about, medical services, or at least you could say the sacrifice was worth it or whatever in the long run, in the greater good. You can make that argument. But they didn't even do that. They had a government shutdown for nothing. And now they're not even going to have a government shutdown. They're just like, fuck it. We're not even going to pretend to fight. Right? Which I guess in a way, it's like, hey, if you're going to come out with nothing, I guess thanks for not even showing up to the fight and not putting people in jeopardy again for nothing. I guess we should be grateful for them and thankful for the Democratic Party for taking this approach where instead of being performative, they're just like, nah, we're just going to continue just working with these fascists, right? Because the Republican Party, unlike the Democratic Party, the Republican Party is fascist. Remember, during Trump's first term, we had 4 years of fascism. And then Joe Biden saved us. Sure, he carried out a genocide against the Palestinian people through the Zionist proxy. But he wasn't a fascist. Just keep that in mind. He was not a fascist, even though he carried out a genocide through the Zionist proxy. But he wasn't a fascist. Okay? So fascism took a 4-year pause, 4-year break. And also remember, there was never fascism anywhere in the US prior to Trump. Then Trump gets reelected, mainly because the Democratic Party refuses to hold him accountable for his actions while in office. No different than Obama refusing to hold George W. Bush accountable because we got to move forward. AKA, hey, I don't want anyone holding me accountable, so I can't hold homie accountable. So it's really like you realize when these predators hang out with each other and they're all doing grimy fucking gross shit. They hang out together, they attract each other because they know there's not going to be any accountability because they're all discussing fucking figures. Whereas when you find out one of your homie has done some weirdo fucking shit, some creep shit, it's toxic masculinity, yes, and it's also much deserved fucking beatdown. Right? So predators know not to, like, if that shit gets exposed, they go into hiding and they hang out with other predators because there's no accountability. It's no different. Why the fuck would Obama hold George W. Bush accountable when he was about to violate international law, when he was about to kill an American overseas, all these things, right? Why the fuck would the Democratic Party hold Donald Trump accountable for January 6th, just January 6th. They didn't hold them accountable when their lives were literally at risk, on the line. And they still didn't hold that motherfucker accountable. Why? Well, because they thought they could use them, just like Hillary Clinton thought, the Pied Piper strategy, that they could use them to increase voter turnout, to increase donations. It's literally why they didn't fucking lock him up. And you can even make the argument, hey, actually, he wasn't disturbing the flow of the business. The capital wasn't really disturbed by January 6th, so who gives a fuck? They don't really care, right? You could even make that argument. But I'm going to take it as far as to say, hey, they were going to use them. It was a Pied Piper strategy too. Electric Boogaloo, right? It was just like the first time he gets elected, Hillary fucking loses. And then we have 4 years of fascism for the first time. They don't hold them accountable, right? Because the Pied Piper strategy was Hillary Clinton and the corporate media giving Donald Trump all this free attention. And just showing an empty podium of Donald Trump. Millions in free fucking media. I think this was the Pied Piper strategy number 2. We're not going to lock him up because we want to dangle the fear of Donald Trump getting elected over our constituents so that we'll win again. I don't know if anybody's pushed this. I don't think I've seen that anywhere. But that's my fucking tin handfoil theory. It was Pied Piper parte dos. Because fundamentally, they don't fucking give a shit whether or not he gets elected. They don't care. Democrats, White House strike, spending deal that would overt government shutdown. All right, let's get to it. How does it look for y'all? Perfect. Democrats and the White House struck a deal to avert a partial government shutdown and temporarily fund the Department of Homeland Security as they consider new restrictions for President Donald Trump's surge of immigration enforcement. But passage was delayed late Thursday as leaders scrambled to win enough support for the agreement before midnight Friday deadline. As the country reels from the deaths of 2 protesters, nothing fucking matters until it happens to fucking white people, bro. Nothing fucking matters until it happens to white people. And that's like, my thing is, I'm thinking about making a video about this, and it'll be short, like 15 minutes tops. It's not gonna be a Grand Planner fucking Odyssey. And again, I try not to be disrespectful because I do feel like Renee Good and Alex Preddy were good individuals. I think that's white people, yes, act that way. But it's too much not to talk about how Keith Porter and also like that was murdered by ICE in LA, but also all the brown and black people that have died in ICE custody. That wasn't enough to get white people to give a shit. And it makes me not want to give a shit about Renee Good. It makes me not want to give a shit about Alex Preddy. It really does. Like, it makes me really like. And I know that's not good. I understand that that's not good. I understand that's not the reaction that I should be having. I understand that I should rise above it and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe this could be a positive. All these, like, I get that shit. But I'm just being honest with y'all. It makes me not give a fucking shit about them. It makes me think, cool, now you know how we fucking feel. There you go. Fucking cry about it. We've been crying. We've been hurting. We've been afraid. I know that's not right. I understand that's not that correct feeling, right? But I always want to be honest. Even when I falter, even when I lack discipline, even when I'm just a fucking piece of shit, I want to be honest. And That's how I've been feeling lately. And I don't want to feel that because I think Renee Good was a good fucking person. I think Alex Preddy was a good fucking person. And I think the world is less of a good place without them. And you know, their deaths, their murders, their assassinations by the state, I felt that. I sincerely did. But fuck the white community, man. Even when you're our allies, even when you decide to show up, you demonstrate to us. Without doubt. That you value white lives over the rest of ours. And it's like, I don't want to fucking go out there. You know, I'm already against mobilization because I feel like it burns us out. I feel like it wastes energy. I feel like it's a release valve. I feel that it's, at this point, it feels like a counterinsurgent strategy to organize these semi last minute marches and one day fucking shut it down. And maybe that's just me wanting to be lazy and stay at home and wag my finger and be a fucking armchair quarterback. You could make all those accusations. But I have done that. I have marched. I have been out there. I have followed the rule of law, of course. And I just, you know, realized like, fuck, man, like it's meaningless. It really is. For what, 2-3 years? How many marches and gatherings and rallies and one day shutdowns have occurred to stop the genocide of Palestinians or in support of Palestinians? Did that stop the government? Did that slow them in any way? Did it slow them down in any way? No, it didn't. So please excuse me if I don't see the value in that anymore. But at least you can say that you were showing up for Palestinian people. Now it feels like people are showing up not for the black and brown people targeted by ICE. And yes, there's some white people that are targeted by ICE as well, who weren't born here, but they get escaped by,
of,
right?
like talking to people who are outside.
And if
of
you're
my
subscribing,
race.
I got homies who are undocumented or their citizenship status is in limbo at risk, who are fucking whiteinos. And if we're walking down the street, ICE is gonna pull up on me and ask me questions before they're able to pull up on them, right? That's just kind of the complexities of the Latino community, right? We're not all brown, and some of the whitest ones are more fucking rancho than some of the darker ones. It's just, that's the way it is. And of course, black people aren't allowed to be Latinos, right? The way that we're perceived and then they're seen. The erasure of blackness is rooted in the Latin identity. Anti-blackness is built into it. Anti-indigeneity is built into it. So all those factors, right? But I don't know, man. I don't like feeling this way. I really don't. Because there's a part of me that I'm not proud of that's saying fuck them. There's a part of me that says, I hope, let's see what happens if more of y'all get treated the way we've been treated. Let's see what happens. How much of this shit can you take and remain peaceful and remain, you know, I don't want to say complacent, but play by the rules. One of the criticisms I've always had of Dr. Cornel West is this glorification of or the corrupt portrayal. Again, my apologies if I'm overstepping, but the ability of the black community and black people to continue being so gracious in the face of oppression, subjugation imposed by white supremacy. And I felt like he kind of was proud of that. Like bragging about, look how much you've done to us and how we've remained peaceful and docile, which is already not even fucking true. But part of me is kind of like, how much can you handle? How much before you start rioting? Because it's never an uprising, right? One of my favorite songs by Michael Franti, I want to say his name. What's his name? I think it's Wavering Stranger. This is a great song. I played it before on stream. Wayfaring Stranger. Wayfaring Stranger. But he has a line in there where he's like, you're always confusing an uprising for a race riot. I don't, man. Sometimes I be talking too much, man. And for anyone taking that out of context, I'm saying white genocide. Look, if it's white on white crime, who am I to get involved? Who are we to get involved when there's white on white crime? I think we should just mind our own business. And where are their fathers? Where is the accountability? I think it's all the country music they listen to. I think it's the Post Malone. Man. All right. Let's get back to it. As the country reels from the deaths of 2 protesters at the hands of federal agents in Minneapolis, the White House agreed to separate Homeland Security funding from a larger spending bill and fund the department for 2 weeks while they yeah, things will change in 2 weeks. Yeah, people are going to forget in 2 weeks. As the country reels from the death of 2 protesters, only 2 protesters, at the hands of federal agents in Minneapolis, the White House agreed to separate Homeland Security funding from a larger spending bill and fund the department for 2 weeks while they debate Democratic demands for curbs on the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. Republicans and Democrats have come together to get the vast majority of the government funded until September, while extending current funding for Homeland Security, Trump said in a social media post Thursday evening. He encouraged members of both parties to cast a much-needed bipartisan yes vote. Still, all senators weren't yet on board, leaving the Capitol just before midnight Thursday after hours of negotiation. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said there were snags on both sides as he and the Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, tried to rally support. Hopefully, people will be of the spirit to try and get this done tomorrow, Thune said. Homie, you're turning people into spirits. The Grand Wizard himself, Senator Lindsey Graham, said late Thursday that he was one of the senators objecting. He said immigration and customs enforcement agents were being treated unfairly. He also opposed House language that would repeal a new law that gives senators the ability to sue the government for millions of dollars if their personal or office data is accessed without their knowledge. Oh, now they care about privacy. Interesting. Democrats had requested a 2-week extension and say they are prepared to block the wide-ranging spending bill if their demands aren't met, denying Republicans the votes they need to pass it and potentially triggering a shutdown. The rare bipartisan talks between Trump and his frequent adversary, Senator Democratic leader Chuck Schumer. Oh yeah, fucking lifelong enemies, right? Where's that photo of Chuck Schumer and Trump like laughing? How the fuck do you even spell this fucking Schumer's name? Is it not like Schumer? Meeting, there we go. Where's the one with like, oh, here it is, here it is, here it is. I don't think this was like open to the public and they're just over here like chatting it up and shit, having a good time. The rare bipartisan talks between Trump and his frequent adversary, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, came after the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minnesota over the weekend, and calls by senators in both parties for a full investigation. Schumer called it a moment of truth. The American people support law enforcement. That's what I'm saying. We need to stop seeing ICE as a unique attack dog. They support border security. They do not support ICE terrorizing our streets and killing American citizens. American citizens. The standoff has threatened to plunge the country into another shutdown, just 2 months after Democrats blocked a spending bill over expiring federal health care subsidies. That dispute closed the government for 43 days as Republicans refused to negotiate. And they folded. 43 days and they fucking folded. 43 days where people didn't have access to essential needs and services that the government provides, the limited things they provide, but that are essential. For 43 days, people were struggling. And what did the Democratic Party get in return? What do those people sacrifice? Did it go in vain? Absolutely it did. That shutdown ended when a small group of moderate Democrats broke away to strike a deal with Republicans, but Democrats are more unified this time after the fatal shooting of Preddy and Renee Good by federal agents. Democrats lay out demands. Democrats have laid out several demands asking the White House to end roving patrols in cities and coordinate with local law enforcement on immigrant arrests, including requiring tighter rules for warrants. They also want an enforceable code of conduct so agents are held accountable when they violate rules. Schumer said agents should be required to have mask off, body cameras on. Ooh, I love that. Don't you love that slogan? Mask off, body cameras on. Can you imagine just marching? Yeah, what do we want? Mask offs. What do we want? Body cameras on. What do we want? Mask offs. What do we need? Body cameras on. Ugh. Oh my fucking God. All right. They also want an enforceable. Okay, yeah, I read that. And carry proper identification, as is common practice in most law enforcement agencies. And that's, it's common practice in most agencies. So, and those agencies are so much better, right? Magnitudes better. The Democratic caucus is united in those common sense reforms, and the burden is on Republicans to accept them. Schumer said, boil it all down, what we are talking about is that these lawless ICE agents should be following the same rules that your local police department does. Stop killing white people and kill the and target, I should say, excuse me, the ones that the local law enforcement do. Like, please learn the program, learn the game. Stop forcing us to pretend to care, is what they're asking. Jesus, man. What is What continues to hit? I don't know if y'all can hear that, but something keeps like clanking. What the fuck am I
I'm
doing?
afraid of like talking to people who are outside of my race.
I don't know. I don't know if y'all can hear that either. The repression must be live stream. I see you over there keeping the Twitch chat alive. I appreciate that. All right, where are we at? Oh yeah, qualified immunity. It's like, how long have we been calling for the end of qualified immunity? But we want to freak out when JD Vance says that these federal officers have. It's just uneven, I think. I'm gonna stop being distracted. But we all want to act surprised when JD Vance says, "Oh yeah, no, ICE has carte blanche immunity." I mean, isn't that what the pigs have essentially had for how long? Oh, but a couple of them get arrested and they get put in jail, so it's different. It's justice. Yeah. All right. All right. Democratic Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota said there has to be accountability. Earlier on Thursday, Tom Homan, the president's border czar, which is okay. Why do they keep calling him the border czar? Like if it's a legitimate title, right? Was he Obama's border czar? Is that what we were calling him back then? Is it? No, I'm asking genuinely. What like, were we calling him the border czar back then? Stating during a press conference in Minneapolis that federal immigration officials are developing a plan to reduce numbers of agents in Minnesota, but this would depend on cooperation from state authorities. It's not though. Look, a lot of these fucking weirdos like Hassan and I've noticed a couple of them too. Sean the Black, people that want to like pat themselves in the back for like, I made this prediction. What is my prediction for 2026? First of all, this isn't a fucking game. I don't want to be right, but like, I don't think it was so. It's like some of this shit is like, what are you bragging about? Like, you have common sense. Congratulations. As you should. This is your full-time job, bro. Like, you should have more insight and your analysis should be more profound. It was obvious that they, I mean, and Alex, or is it Alec? Alec, right? I cannot say his last name. Alec K, from Propaganda, talked about how Democrats love talking about body cameras, but it's just more funding for pigs, and they haven't done anything to curtail, not just police violence and killing by police officers, but to actually even hold them accountable for it. I just don't like how these weirdos fucking pat themselves in the back. It's like, or what? What did you win by being right? And most of the time, they're fucking wrong because they're fucking liberals. So of course they are. Still for apart on excuse me, still far apart on policy. Negotiations set down the road on a final agreement. The Homeland Security bill are likely to be difficult. What the fuck did I say? Negotiations down the road on a final agreement on the Homeland Security bill are likely to be difficult. Democrats want Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown to end. If the Trump administration resists reforms, we shut down the agency, said the Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal. We need to take a stand, he said, but Republicans are unlikely to agree to all the Democrats' demands. North Carolina Senator Thomas Tillis said he is opposed to requiring immigration enforcement officers to show their faces, even as he blamed Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem for the decision that he said are tarnishing the agency's reputation. No, thank you. There's a lot of vicious people out there, and they'll take a picture of your face, and the next thing you know, your children or your wife or your husband are being threatened at home. Tillis said. Yeah, Tillis like, no, that's what we do to you. South Carolina Senator Graham said some of the Democratic proposals make sense, such as a better training and body cameras. Still, he said he was putting his Senate colleagues on notice that if Democrats try to make changes to the funding bill, he would insist on new language preventing. I do not know what's hitting. I don't know when it's doing it. Anyway, easily distracted. He would insist on new language preventing local governments from resisting the Trump administration's immigration policies. I think the best legislative solution for our country would be to adopt some of these reforms to ICE and Border Patrol, Graham posted on X, but he said that the bill should also end so-called sanctuary city policies. Oh, they're gonna get more, bro. They're just gonna hand them over everything for what? Maybe no mask and some body cameras? So then they could just do all the shit that regular pigs do. So fucking excited for that. Let me see here. Yeah, we'll put that up. Jesus. All right. Uncertainty in the House. Across the Capitol, Speaker Mike Johnson told the Associated Press on Thursday that he had been vehemently opposed to breaking up the funding package, but it is broken up. We will have to move it as quickly as possible. We can't have the government shut down.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got problem?
Thank you so much for the super chat. Why is this being framed as an immigration issue? Elaborate, Hirutsu. Please elaborate on that. You don't have to send another super chat in, but I appreciate that. But elaborate what you mean by that, because this is an interesting angle that you're bringing up. But I need you to elaborate on that to see if we're on the same frequency on this. Because I don't want to take it somewhere where it might not be on the course or where your mind's at. But I appreciate the super chat. On Thursday evening, at a premiere of a movie about... Okay, can we skip that shit? About First Lady Melania Trump at the Kennedy Center, Johnson said he might have some tough decisions to make about when to bring the House back to Washington to approve the bills separated by the Senate if they pass. We'll see what they do, Johnson said. House Republicans have said they do not want any changes to the bill they passed last week. In a letter to Trump on Tuesday, the conservative House Freedom Caucus wrote that its members stand with the Republican president and ICE. The package will not come back through the House without funding for the Department of Homeland Security, they wrote. I wonder who's going to fold first. I wonder who. If only we had some like recent example of who folded first to let us know where the Democratic Party is going to stand. Man, it's kind of hard. Hirutsu, this is about the oppression of people that choose to dissent. Immigration is just an excuse to bolster up federal police forces. See, no, right? Because at the end of the day, they really are taking individuals that are, that are undocumented, whose legal status they could pretend to question, right? Like they're definitely like, while I understand the need and want to center the larger point of like, hey, this is just increasing the police state and it's gonna, whether you're black, white, whether you're a citizen or not, it's gonna come down on us. I get that sentiment. What I don't want us to do is to downplay the fact, and I'm biased towards this because it's so close to me. I'm fortunate enough that I was born here, but it's so close to me in terms of my family that I don't want us to diminish the fact that the primary targets aren't Americans, aren't white people, are people whose citizenship status can be questioned and manipulated, can be weaponized against them, and people who are just undocumented, right? So let's just always keep that in the forefront of not trying to... I'm not saying you're trying to censor all of us together. I get what you're saying, and you're not wrong. You're correct in the larger sense. But the same frustration that I'm feeling about like Renee Good and Alex Preddy is, I don't give a fuck about them. I really don't. I'm sympathetic to their loss. It's unfortunate. My concern is individuals who are being kidnapped and sent to fucking Sakot or sent to other parts of the world. So I just want to make sure that we censor them, because now it's Renee Good and Alex Preddy that are being censored. That's what all those marches, that's what all the shutdowns are for. Let's stop fucking bullshitting. All that shit is for 2 fucking white people. Good white people that I would have probably respected, whose willingness to go out there I admire and hold that's the standard for every other white person. But that's what the marches are for. That's what drove all this shit. That's what made the Democratic Party pretend that they gave a fuck. But yeah, exactly. Let me pull this up real quick. And then I'll be right back. Where's the history? A little bit of a throwback over here. This is a good time.
Know this.
Okay.
Hold on. We'll go back a bit. Here we go. I'll be right back, y'all. Appreciate it. More criticism? I want praise. I take these phone calls to hear praise. That's what it is. Arturo, Sam should get a real job and trim some veggies. Torbillo, John M., I would absolutely stumble over my words, crash and burn trying to do one of these calls. Good on you guys for being able to speak like this. Oh no, I fucking stumbled hard when I called in. And what made it worse is that I was very susceptible to kind of allowing Sam Cedar to navigate the conversation instead of kind of sticking to the positions that or the arguments that I was raising. John M. has far and above exceeded my phone call. Arturo, veggie trimmer was literally my first job, making $12.80 an hour. That's cool. That's cool. Did you have to pass like any health code, OSHA, or was this like a little bit more out there? Yeah, props to John M. Everybody, calling it out early. Again, this is a year ago. I think the first call. Well, yeah. All right.
Issues for the most part. I think you guys need to have more trans people on your show, though, and more callers. Or, I mean, I don't know. I called you out on Twitter. I imagine you saw that. I was being inflammatory so as to capture your attention. So, you know, I'm sorry for doing that, but I don't know.
I did not, but go ahead. All right, so
John M., he's fucking lying to you. And I saw this comment earlier. Imagine saying I called you out on Twitter to a show with 1.25 million subscribers and thinking they'd be aware of it. Before I even had 100 subscribers, when I had even less followers on fucking Twitter, Sam Cedar started following me. I never followed him. I never said one good fucking thing about him. I always kept the same energy, bashing this motherfucker. And yet somehow he followed me for weeks. And the only reason he stopped is because of that pinche vendido. He's like some brown kid who's always groveling for Anna Kasparian and TYT. I believe he's on Twitch. This fucker goes and looks at the people following me, I guess to try and dunk on me or some shit, because we're like debating on Twitter or arguing. It's not a debate. And he tagged Sam Cedar and he's like, why is Sam Cedar following this guy? And I literally said, I don't fucking know, but here you are groveling for him and he doesn't even follow you. Meanwhile, I talk shit and he's keeping tabs. And that's when finally Sam Cedar unfollowed me. But I have the screenshots of literally the screenshot of his Twitter account where it says I don't follow him and that he's following me. I have the screenshot of the argument I had with this pinche vendido, proving that Sam Cedar was following like some 100 fucking follower account on Twitter. So don't believe these fucking bastards, these opportunists, because there's some narcissism involved. He wanted to make it big in Hollywood and now he's just a fucking YouTube streamer. aging out. Like, you're in your 50s and you're still doing this. You haven't leveled up. What the fuck? So don't believe them when they say that they don't see your shit, because they're getting praised. And the criticism that they are receiving is from the right. So when it's legitimate criticism from a left perspective, it hits, it hurts. It hits and it hurts. Fuck that shit. When I was even more irrelevant, Sam Cedar found my shit. And yeah, Russell, holy cow, you never know who's lurking. 100%. And nobody else, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what other fucking show, what other fucking streamer is locking in on the shit I'm locking in? And you can say that I'm being petty, that I'm being overly critical, all this shit. But you can't argue the fact that Sam Cedar isn't a Zionist. I have proven that time and time again. You cannot argue the fact that Hassan Piker has normalized Zionism. I have proven that time and time again, and I have the receipts for it. You can't argue with the fact that Emma Vigeland is a fucking Zionist. Again, the receipts are there. Whether it's Gabor Mate or whoever the fuck. It's all fucking there. And the thing is, I truly fucking hate these people. Because they gotten rich off of misleading the masses. Russell, are you referring to that little brat Anna interviewed years ago? Oh, no. I know who you're talking about. No, it's not the progressive voice. No. He actually kept it. Yeah, okay. All right. I didn't realize how much I was going to be yapping in that, but hey, there we go. Sorry, Cinnabum in the Twitch chat. I came in late. Did I cover the cop who killed Sonia Macy getting sentenced? No. Let's see here. Oh, yes, I did see this. Former Illinois deputy is sentenced to 20 years in prison for killing Sonia Macy. Why just 20 years? How old is he? I mean, he's going to be able to like what? Like come out when he's 60, probably even younger than that because of parole? A former Illinois sheriff deputy was sentenced Thursday to 20 years in prison for fatally shooting Sonia Macy, who had dialed 911 to report a possible power line outside her Springfield home. Sorry, so why the fuck did I say power line? Excuse me. Prowler. What the fuck? Sean Grayson, 31. Oh, get the fuck out. He's going to be like barely 50. He's barely going to be 50 when he gets out. Honestly, that's not that old. Like, you could still live a good 20 years after that. That's disgusting. Wow. Sean Grayson, 31, was convicted in October in a police brutality case that prompted protests over systemic racism and led to a U.S. Department of Justice inquiry. Grayson, who is white, received the maximum possible sentence. They're gonna linger on that shit. He has been incarcerated since he was charged in the killing. Maximum possible sentence for murder or... He apologized during the sentencing, saying he wished he could bring Macy back and spare her family the pain he caused. His attorney had asked for a sentence of 6 years, noting that Grayson has late-stage colon cancer that has spread to his liver. I hope it takes all of you, motherfucker. We're rooting for the fucking cancer over here. We're fucking team cancer this day. I made a lot of mistakes that night. There were points when I should have acted and I didn't. I froze, he said. I made a terrible decision that night. I'm sorry. Macy's parents and 2 children who lobbied for the maximum sentence said their lives had changed dramatically since the killing. Her 2 children said they had to grow up without a mother, while Macy's mother said she lived in fear. They asked the judge to carry out justice in her name. Quote, "Today I'm afraid to call the police in fear that I might end up like Sonia," her mother Donna Macy said. What are you going to do when somebody breaks into your car? What are you going to do if somebody's trying to break into your house? You're going to want the cops then, aren't you? You're going to need 911 then, aren't you? And when we do need them, and when we do call them, out of concern for our wellness, our safety, our well-being, when we are forced to depend on them, what do? What do they fucking do? It rocked the country. Grayson's attorney had pushed for a new trial, which Judge Rain Cadigan dismissed at the start of the hearing. In calling for the maximum prison term, State's Attorney John Milheiser argued that Macy would still be alive if the police department had sent someone else to respond. Sonia, Macy's death rocked her family, but it rocked the community, it rocked the country. We have to do whatever we can to ensure it never happens again. When the judge read the sentence, the family reacted with a loud cheer. Yes, and the judge admonished them? Fuck you, bro. After the hearing, Macy's relatives thanked the public for the support and listening to their stories about Macy. 20 years is not enough, her daughter, Summer, told reporters. Summer, you are so fucking brave for saying that out loud. I hope that you and your family are safe from what will be, unfortunately, the unavoidable police harassment. Man. The day of the shooting, in the early morning hours of July 6, 2024, Macy, who struggled with mental health issues, summoned emergency responders because she feared there was a prowler outside her Springfield home. According to body camera footage, Grayson and Sheriff's Deputy Dawson Farley, who was not charged, searched Macy's yard before meeting her at her door. Macy appeared confused and repeatedly said, "Please, God." The deputies entered her house. Grayson noticed the pot on the stove and ordered Farley to move it. Instead, Macy went to the stove, retrieved the pot, and teased Grayson for moving away from the hot, steaming water. From this moment, the exchange quickly escalated. Macy said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." Grayson threw his sidearm and yelled at her to drop the pan. She set the pot down and ducked behind the counter, but she appeared to pick it up again. Again, even this fucking narrative. That's when Grayson opened fire on the 36-year-old mother, single mother. It's little things like that. Like I naturally skipped over single mother, just said mother, right? Why was that necessary? My question is that painting it in her in a more sympathetic light or less sympathetic light? Shooting her in the face, he testified he feared Macy would scald him. Convicted of downgraded charges at trial, this is what I was afraid of. Grayson was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, which could have led to life. See, okay, so it wasn't the maximum. It was the maximum based on what he was charged with. Grayson was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, which could have led to a life sentence, but a jury convicted him of the lesser charge. Illinois allows for a second-degree murder conviction if evidence shows the defendant honestly thought he was in danger, even if that fear was unreasonable. A lot of these fucking laws are made to protect white people when they kill black people specifically. Macy's family was outraged by the jury's decision. The justice system did exactly what it's designed to do today. It's not meant for us, her cousin Sante Macy said after the verdict. And her whole family's just speaking truth. After the shooting, Macy's killing raised new questions about U.S. law enforcement shootings of black people in their homes. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump negotiated $10 million settlement with Sangamon County for Macy's relatives. The case also guaranteed a U.S. Justice Department inquiry that was settled when when the county agreed to implement more de-escalation training, collect more use of force data, and force the sheriff who hired Grayson to retire. The case also prompted a change in Illinois' law requiring fuller transparency on the backgrounds of candidates for law enforcement jobs. I think because Grayson was, if I'm misremembering that, somebody correct me, but didn't Grayson already have a record in somewhere else of abuse of force? Or is that just another pig, another murderous pig? Grayson's attorney had filed a motion for a new trial, which the judge, Ryan Cadigan, dismissed at the start of the sentencing. Man. Cinnabons in the Twitch chat says they're already talking about giving him 8.5 years because of good behavior or something. And yeah, he did have a history. Yeah, I thought I remember that correctly. But most of them do. So again, it's not like I still could be wrong. I still could be misremembering the officer, the pig. But because they all have a fucking history. Where did you see that, Cinnamons, about the 8.5 years because of good behavior? That's unsurprising. I was thinking like 10, 15, but 8.5. He did already serve 2 years. I'm sure they're leaning on that as well. So really, 18, right? Sentenced to 20, gonna serve 18 because he's been in for 2. Yeah. Damn it. Dyra is sharing in the Dequiltration live chat. I've had the police called on me twice in the past year, including recently. I had to be careful about making calls to medical offices when medicated now. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's fucking terrifying. Just I'm lucky both times have been because I exhibited signs of disability though. So masking that is paramount to not getting violated, unfortunately. Yeah. The constant need to perform, for our safety and well-being in the face of white supremacy and these fucking dogs of the state. Like, we have to be the most docile, the most fucking acceptable we can possibly be, because we already look fucking threatening. They already fucking hate us. They're already terrified of us. They're already looking for an excuse. So you have to watch the way you speak, the way you move, even your facial gestures. You can't appear to be bothered. And I'm sure, depending on your disability, that making it even more difficult. And that only increasing how they dehumanize you. I did want to read this though, because in relations to the Democrats asking for a 2-week extension over here. Congressional Hispanic Caucus unveils non-negotiable. Who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Oh, you think you have like power here? Damn. Non-negotiable conditions for DHS funding. Policies will require ICE to halt operations in in Minnesota, unmask agents, and investigate inhumane detention conditions. Remember, Joe Biden didn't even reach out to the Hispanic caucus when he was drafting that fucking border bill that Lindsey Graham was fucking crying for, like wanting, applauding. This? Was it that? Let me see how it looks for y'all. I made it worse. As senators continue voting on a bill that would fund, among other things, the Democrat. Excuse me, what the fuck am I doing, bro? That noise is pissing me off so much, and I don't know what's causing it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Uno minuto. That was fucking weird. All right. That was getting to me. That's why I can't read. Not. As senators continue voting on the bill that would fund, among other things, the Department of Homeland Security, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus announced this week a new set of policies labeled non-negotiable, conditions that must be met before approving any funding for DHS. I think I know what it is now. I think I just had to tighten some screws. Literally. Got some of them loose. In a statement released January 28th, the caucus said its 43 members voted to approve 3 new rules that, in their view, must be met before advancing funding for the department led by Kristi Noem. The first rule calls on Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Custom and Border Protection to suspend immigration enforcement's actions in Minnesota and warrantless stops, indiscriminate arrests, and militarized tactics against civilians nationwide, and allow agencies to continue legitimate statutory enforcement focused on serious public safety threats. Oh, this is the whole thing. I'm trying to move the actual page to. Let's see. The fuck? Ah, wow, that's not fucking annoying at all. What the? Who designs these fucking web pages, bro? That is so fucking stupid. What the fuck? Look at this. Look at this shit. Sorry, I'm done. I'm done. I can't. I am not doing that shit. Can y'all see this up here at least? All right, we'll just read this. Hispanic Caucus adopts non-negotiable DHS funding conditions, suspend abusive ICE and Customs and Border Patrol practices, and protect citizens and lawful residents. Redirect. Jesus fuck. So just throwing undocumented people under the bus. To redirect $75 billion from mass detentions to humane community safety and affordability. 3, deliver real accountability. Wow. Did they add anything? The rule also includes immediate protection against the detention or targeting of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents, as well as a full independent investigation into recent use of force incidents, including the killing of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, 2 U.S. citizens who were fatally shot in recent weeks in Minneapolis. Notice who they never fucking mention. Notice who they never fucking mention. Fucking name. A follow up on that pig, Cinnabon, who seems to be on that story, which I appreciate you for. Thank you for educating us on that. Says the second degree charge allows the sentence to be reduced by half for good behavior. And this is from the Illinois Times, Dean Olson. Wow. Seems like a very strategic reducing of charges in order to guarantee the quickest turnaround. That's disgusting. This is why even when like they get held accountable, it's bullshit like this. It's been a while since I read a bar article, Black Agenda Report. If you're not on there, if you're not reading their fucking stuff, I don't know what you're doing. Let me move this a little bit. You're fucking up. I'm trying to find a way where when I have not been able to capture like the rationale behind what's making this shit sound like that. So I think at this point it's just that the floor is uneven and it's fucking up the desk. All right. Yeah, I totally forgot about reading of open veins. Yeah, we'll read a little bit of it. That's my bad. Everything's been completely thrown off. That's on me. I don't know what's happening. It's a weird day today. We got a few things to go over, but yeah, we'll go over open veins and then we'll have the book club discussion on the Discord afterwards. Access to the Discord is obtained through the Patreon, y'all. Just for $2, you can jump in there and talk shit with the rest of us. It's a good time. All right, from Black Agenda Report, Margaret Kimberly, Bar Executive Editor and Senior Columnist. And again, remember, yeah, it's these 6, 7, right? There's these 7 right here. But it was 75 Democrats that praise ICE. And it was just a bit ago. All right, here we go. The Trump administration focuses relentlessly on immigration enforcement as a political tool. That focus isn't surprising considering that an important goal of the Make America Great Again movement is to make America white again, or rather more white than it is now. I mean, they've been concerned about the moment that you see the cries of a white genocide was because this idea that white people were going to become the minority when you make the entirety of non-whites one collective horde. That's the only way. The only way for them to become a minority is if you just consider all non-whites a collective. And then they started crying about white genocide. Which, I mean, tells us everything, right? But again, remember, settler colonial projects require the intruder, the invasive species, the colonizer, the settler to numerically outnumber the indigenous population. So that's why they're concerned. They view us all as savages collectively. Trump is also fixated on deporting immigrants from the global south that he even takes his rhetorical show on the road, using part of his speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, to get his fellow white nations to also act against what he has referred to as an invasion. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures, which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation, got no government, got no police, got no millie, got no nothing. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. I never want to blame the Moors for like saving these fuckers from their own like doom. Like I think they would have just cannibalized themselves or froze or just the bacteria from their unwashed asses would have just consumed them entirely if the Moors wouldn't have conquered and taught them how to fucking bathe and wash and clean and fucking civilize them. But you know, I think about the Moors, I think about the indigenous people here that greeted these fucking animals with open hands. And I'm just like, we're just far too kind. We've always been far too kind to these fucking creatures. God damn it. Trump was actually preaching to the choir, as Canada and European states have also enacted laws to decrease immigration and to criminalize immigrant populations. His fellow white leaders are very much on his side. The president, who sent National Guard and federal law enforcement to police cities in the US and who warned about a domestic enemy within, which he said must be dealt with militarily, is quite serious about achieving his goal of ejecting black and brown immigrants and reserving what he referred to as black jobs for black Americans. The end result of Trump's obsession is that 2 white U.S. citizens in Minneapolis, Minnesota were recently shot and killed by immigration and custom enforcement officers. The killing of first Renee Good and more recently of Alex Preddy elicited outrage. And the pattern of denial and character assassination of the murdered people became too much for white swaths of white America to tolerate. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist who intended to assassinate ICE officers, even though the plethora of video footage shows nothing of the sort. Preddy, a military veteran and a nurse at a veteran administration hospital, was beaten and then shot 10 times by ICE officers. Now, I'm sure y'all seen that video of Alex Preddy taking out a taillight. Let me pull it up. An ICE taillight. And that was a week prior to his public execution. Let's see here. I guess taillight? I don't know. Yeah, it's right there. Here we go. So he spits at them, and then he's gonna kick it right here. I think he might have gotten his rib broken or injured here. So, oh, the volume wasn't on? My bad.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy.
Bro, it's definitely him. I mean, he's wearing the same fucking gear. Looks the same, that's him, right? And we killed him because he took out our taillight 11 days prior to us fucking shooting him on the side of the street. To be honest, they're fucking idiots because they could have played this one up more and provided themselves more cover if they would have assassinated him, murdered him then. I don't think it's an AI video. I haven't seen any evidence that it's an AI video. Yeah, the AI voice everyone's using. Yeah, everyone's using like AI's voiceovers and they're so fucking boring. What I will say is the one thing that I did want to criticize a little bit or break down is this right here. So he spits at them. Props, props, props. He's angry. I like this. He's yelling. Then we see the kick right here. He loads up. I will say he doesn't turn his hips. So he throws a kick and it's like the side of his boots hit it. And that's why he doesn't break it right away. Then he does it one more time. And he doesn't step out with his left foot enough to really get that full range of motion for the hips. So he doesn't step out enough. And that's just poor technique right there. Right here, look. He loads up. He's loading up his hip. So you can see it, you could read it. But he didn't step out with his lead leg enough, out wide enough to give himself more of a range to generate power. But I do like that you can tell that he loaded up his hips. Let's see here. But see, his hands already swinging out. You do that after. You throw that after the kick to give yourself momentum. And then he throws it. And you see his hips are kind of like pointing up instead of angled out. And both of his hands are open like this. You just want to... And so when he lands it, that's why he like bounces right off. And he doesn't go through it. It is a moving target though. You're right. That is a moving target. But I would say that he needed to kind of like throw himself into it a little bit more in that case to compensate for the time and distance as the target is moving away from him. You're not wrong. So sometimes instead of like planting, when you step out and then you kick, what you do is you step out and you lunge yourself because your target's moving away from you. You lunge yourself a little bit, almost like how you would a flying knee to compensate for that distance. You know what I mean? So, but more importantly, it's the spirit of it all. He kept the right energy. We appreciate him for this. There's one, and he got two in. Boosh, two. Now remember, Tim Waltz, Hassan Piker, all these other fucking rad libs like Sam Cedar, they'll all tell you not to do this. Is this AI or not? The video itself, this is the weakest thing if it was AI. Let's see. Because who the fuck is gonna like change their mind about anything, about an incident that occurred like a week later? I mean, the Associated Press is running with it again. Like how would this justify anything?
New footage has emerged of Alex Pretty, filmed 11 days before he was fatally shot by Border Patrol officers in Minneapolis on January 24th. In the footage, filmed on January 13th, Pretty is
See, chat, do you want an AI voiceover? Or do you want this disgusting British fucking noise they call a language? Accent, I should say.
seen here, shouting expletives and spitting at a federal immigration agent's car during a protest. He then kicks the agent's vehicle, breaking a tail light. The agents exit their vehicle, and a scuffle takes place. Pretty, on the ground, loses his coat. When he gets back up, what appears to be a handgun is visible in his waistband. At no point do the videos show Pretty reaching for the gun, and it is unclear whether the federal agent saw it.
Here's the thing, homie. You got attacked twice by ice pigs. This is my criticism. You get attacked twice by ice pigs, and neither of those times do you reach for your weapon. Why bring it? Now, I don't want y'all to be confused. I'm not saying he should not have. I'm not saying he didn't have the right to. I'm asking, what situation were you waiting for? You get what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I think people overestimate AI when it comes to videos for them to think that this is AI. So my thing is, my question is, why take something like that if you're not going to use it, right? And if you were going to use it, what were you waiting for? You get what I'm saying? Because at that point, you're just essentially giving them an excuse, right, to cry wolf. That's what I don't get. But I'm also not like big gun enthusiast. I'm all for ownership and training, and I think we do need them. But my question is, and I hope my question is coming across, what were you waiting for? It could just be an everyday carry. Well, if that's the case, that's dumb as fuck. Because why would you go, especially after the killing of Renee Good? You know what I mean? Like peace of mind. Yeah, peace of mind that if you were going to get attacked, you'd be able to defend yourself with it. He got attacked twice. I'm just wondering. And obviously he's been murdered, so we'll never know. But like, I would like to know, in what situation would you have used the tool, because it's a tool, that you were carrying? In what situation would you have used the tool that you brought for your protection that these two situations didn't call for it? And maybe you can make the argument that, hey, you know, he expected a confrontation after knocking out the taillight. And so he knew he kind of fucked up, and it is what it is. But the second time, he was just protecting somebody else from being harassed by them. Chitty Matcha, okay, there you go. He never thought they'd execute him. Remember that little rant I went on about Renee Good and how white people don't like think that their lives are on the line or at risk when they do this shit? That they don't realize that by betraying whiteness, they're giving up the perks and benefits of being white, which is that the police will treat you better than, right? That the police will value your life more than others. But if you're a race traitor, if you're betraying whiteness, then in a lot of ways you become more of a target because they don't want you making or leading as an example, right, to other whites and inspire them. This is the reason why they smear John Brown and try to completely erase him from history, because they don't want white people to get the wrong idea. So with that in mind, again, like I'm gonna have to double down with the idea that when betraying whiteness, when being in solidarity with black and brown people, white people need to understand that there's a risk of regaining your humanity, right? Because in order to return to your humanity, you need to abandon whiteness. You have to betray whiteness, right? That's how you become human again. And there's a risk of that, and there's usually a sacrifice required to do that. And I don't think that it's registering to them because they haven't seen it before, they haven't experienced it, before. But again, Renee Good had just been murdered, or far less. So my question is again, what was, what would have been the situation where he would have felt the need to defend himself with the tool that he was carrying? I view them, people call them weapons. It's just a tool. Everything's a fucking tool. It's just a tool. So what situation would he have felt the need to use that tool for self-defense? And it's similar to the question of like Renee Good is like the moment that ice pig grabbed the door handle to your vehicle, you essentially had only one option of maybe saving your life. And that's putting your hands off the steering wheel. Turning off the vehicle and putting your hands off. Maybe that would save you. They were intent in murdering her. I want to make that clear. But that's the only avenue that you had if you registered the fact that your life was on the line, that you had been put in a trap. Right? So again, my question is for Alex Preddy is that will never go answered because the state murdered him, unjustifiably so. At what point would you have felt the need to defend yourself? And how extreme would that point have been to make carrying that tool meaningful? Or like, because it seems fairly pointless to have that shit on you. You're carrying that thing on you and you never reached for it, you never went for it, and 2 altercations with ICE. So why bring it? That's my question. It's an unrealistic expectation to realize that your life is at risk when you're confronting like the state dogs. I don't understand how that's even. I'm not asking them to move perfectly. I'm saying to register that they can be executed, that they can be murdered. And I feel that they've been white for so fucking long that they're not seeing the setup. I don't know. Oh, my bad, DFTP. I didn't see your previous comment. All right, let's get back to this. Where are we at? Yeah, okay. The character assassination of the murdered people became too much for wide swaths of white America to tolerate. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist who intended to assassinate ICE officers, even though the plethora of video footage shows nothing of the sort. Preddy, a military veteran and nurse at a Veteran Administration hospital, was beaten and then shot 10 times by ICE officers. Ironically, the usually gun-loving administration ran afoul of MAGA gun rights supporters after numerous officials used Preddy's legal gun possession as a justification for killing him. But Minnesota is an open carry state, and not only was Preddy acting within the laws of that jurisdiction, but he was doing what Republicans usually praise. Thousands of people had already gathered in protest in Minneapolis and to participate in a general strike on January 23rd. Preddy was killed the following day. Republicans began to back away from expressing support for the administration's ICE policy, and Trump himself climbed down a bit and declared there would be an investigation. Corporate CEOs also began to offer comments, and Jamie Dimon of Chase opined, quote, "I don't like what I'm seeing," when asked about immigrant enforcement. Oh, thank God that fucking Jamie Dimon fucking used his voice. While Republicans began to demur and ruling class chieftains. Okay. And ruling class chieftains expressed opposition. The so-called leadership of the Democratic Party were largely silent. I didn't know where that sentence was going. It was throwing me off. Sorry. They claimed to be outraged by the ICE onslaught, but when it was time to show opposition, 7 of them joined Republicans to maintain ICE funding. Just 2 days before Preddy was killed, 7 House Democrats voted with Republicans to continue ICE funding. House Leader Hakeem Jeffries recommended a vote against funding, but there was no whip operation to guarantee that his members would stay in line. A sure sign of a political performance. Henry Soler of Texas, Jared Golden of Maine, Marie Goldskamp Perez of Washington, Laura Gillian of New York, Vincent Gonzalez of Texas, Tommy Suzy of New York, and Congressional Black Caucus member Don Davis of North Carolina were the 7 who voted against the will of most Democratic Party voters. Jeffries' propositions were all for show. Jeffries' prostinations were all for show. The Democrats had no intention of opposing Trump, and they didn't until after Preddy was killed and public opinion moved firmly against the ICE operation in Minnesota. Senate Democrats now say they will vote against ICE funding in a vote scheduled to take place on January 30th. Should they actually show such a degree of resolve, there would be another government shutdown, which is why no one should trust their word. Again, do you think Kimberly Margaret, it's like kind of like, oh, I called it? Or like, yeah, no fucking shit. Because adults don't fucking need to treat this shit like this prediction shit about politics, meaning people's lives and well-being, as a fucking game. But you have the Mike from PAs, you have the Sean Pikers, you have the Sean the Blacks, you have these fucking figures that treat it like a fucking game. Let us recall how Democrats had Trump on the ropes and chose to let him escape when they engineered a rescue. The 43-day federal government shutdown was working in their favor. Furloughed federal workers, low-income supplemental nutrition assistance program, SNAP recipients, and 24 million Obamacare enrollees whose health insurance premiums doubled and tripled wanted the Democrats to come to their rescue. Trump and Republicans were on the back foot until 8 Democratic Party senators gave in. Democrats had done well in the election results in November, winning 2 governor races and local elections around the country. California voters passed a referendum allowing gerrymandering that would increase the number of Democratic seats in that state. All the stars were aligned for a win against Trump. At that time, the columnist pointed out a long-standing tradition of duopoly collusion. The two parties have roles to play, and sometimes that means the Democrats will go through a pretend opposition. In this case, Jeffrey said he will vote no and recommended that others do as well, while doing nothing to ensure that members vote for what he claimed to want. The willing traitors stepped up to perform their assigned roles, and Democratic Party voters get something other than what they wanted. The reality is that their party is not completely irrelevant. Republicans have the presidency and majorities in both houses of Congress. But Trump is deeply committed to his agenda, while Democrats act like human weather vanes, changing directions along with the political wind. Although that analogy is only somewhat true. They go through the motion to give an impression of taking action when they have already decided to do little or nothing. Even now, they're talking compromise about ICE body cameras, which they already wear as they shoot people. And if they're not wearing them, they pull out their phones to fucking get a different angle. They want a whole fucking 360 of the murders that they commit. Like, if that's gonna fucking slow them down, they want the fucking director's commentary on this shit. Like, what do you need? And rules that already exist that ICE doesn't follow. A federal judge in Minnesota ordered ICE action directed to show up in court because so many orders have been violated already. The court's patience is at an end. Oh, thank goodness. Is an indication of how useless any compromise will be. ICE must be abolished. The Federal Immigration Enforcement Agency must be torn up and reconfigured anew. Minnesotans have reached that conclusion, and so have millions of other people around the country. Trump has gotten away with detaining citizens and others who are legally in the country, using children as bait to lure their parents, and enriching private contractors to hold people who should be free. It's fucking pissing me off. Barack Obama, as president, the reporter-in-chief wrote a tome displaying vintage both sidesism, declaring the federal law enforcement has a tough job, but also saying that the public want accountability from ICE. The fact that he finally spoke up is an indication that public anger gave him protection. But it is a warning to be careful of the Democratic Party's modus operandi of branding themselves as the People's Party while doing little except giving lip service. Billionaire donors are calling the shots, establishing think tanks like Searchlight Institute, which tell Democrats to be right-wing and advise them that voters really do support ICE and don't want it to be abolished. The control of oligarchs has made the Democratic Party meaningless, an irrelevance that voters must reject once and for all. The people of Minnesota are still showing the way. Despite 2 deaths, they do what they can to obstruct ICE operations, and whether they realize it or not, they're providing the leadership that millions of people so desperately want. They are showing that electoral politics will not save us, that popular action is the only route to change. The danger now is co-optation from Obama and company, singing siren songs that are pleasing to the ear, but that will send the people to destruction, just as the sirens did in ancient mythology. I think that is almost unavoidable. Obama and his heirs have nothing to offer. The Democratic Party's only purpose is to obstruct any progressive change, to convince people that they are on their side when they are actually committed to preventing even the most token reformism, especially in a moment of crisis. The billionaire funders are in charge of that party, and the sooner the rank and file realize that, the more quickly they can affect the change they want on their own. And I don't know how many times the Democratic Party has to demonstrate this. I mean, the moment that Obama comes out and speaks on an issue, understand that at that point, all the conversations behind the scenes have already been had about how to co-opt the moment, how to change the narrative. He is the big gun. He is, I think part of the reason why he's not as proactive is to make sure that nothing really stays on him for too long, right? So that there's enough time in between to forget that every time he does speak up, shit gets worse. The Democratic Party moves further to the right and adopts new Republican positions, even if it was from a decade or so ago. But again, shout out to Black Agenda Report. Margaret Kimberly, ICE exposes Democratic Party irrelevance. I mean, I don't even know if I would use the word irrelevance or complicity. You know what I mean? That's what I would argue. It demonstrates democratic complicity. Oh. Let the fucking fun begin, y'all. Move this aside. If that helps. Bro, it's like nothing's moving over here. I don't know why it's making that fucking noise. All right. Let's get to it. Let's have some fucking fun. Mind you, this motherfucker always claims, Sam Cedar, that he doesn't like interviewing politicians. They like being interviewed by you, bro. Because they know they're not going to get any hard questions. Hell, they'll even joke about getting hard questions. To your fucking face.
The wealthy CEOs who've been doing that. It's
Right.
ordinary Americans who've been doing it.
I wanted to turn to California a little bit. AB 1627, which would ban ICE agents from teaching and
AB 1627. Let's read it. Let's see here. All right. Existing law contains numerous provisions governing the qualification standards and training of peace officers. Existing laws specify circumstances that disqualify a person from holding office or being employed as a peace officer, including, among other things, having been convicted of a felony. The bill would disqualify a person from being a peace officer if they were employed by United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement between September 11th. So they put September 1st, 2025 and January 20th, 2029. Reminder, when was... I'm not interested. So Jonathan Ross was, let's see, 2015. Where is it? Yeah, Jonathan Ross, who shot and killed Renee Good on Wednesday, has served as a deportation officer with ICE since 2015. So why would you go out of your way to make the cutoff, or the start date, excuse me, to be September 1st, 2025, when you have individuals that have been ICE agents since 2015, literally murdering people on the street? How does that make any fucking sense? But again, it's because it wants to focus on Trump's ICE. Or the Alabama Department of Corrections or the Georgia Department of Corrections between January 1st, 2020 and January 1st, 2026. Existing law requires the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to complete a background investigation using as guidelines the standards defined by the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training of any applicant for employment as a peace officer before applicant may be employed or begin training as a peace officer. This bill would require the background investigation completed by the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to also include an investigation of prior employment with the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The two Alabama institutions. The California Constitution establishes minimum qualifications for holding various public offices. Existing law provides that a person is eligible to hold an elected civil office if the person is 18 years of age and a citizen of the United States. Existing law provides that the person, regardless of citizenship or immigrant status, is eligible to hold an appointed civil office if the person is 18 years of age and a resident of the state. All right. So just gonna keep going with nonsense. Excuse me. All right, we'll just read this section, then we'll go back to the video. Here we go. That is fucking weird. All right. The bill would prohibit a person from being employed as a teacher, principal, superintendent, chancellor, or administrator by any school district, charter school, county office, or education or community college district, or by the University of California, or by the California State University if they were employed by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement between September 1st, 2025 and January 20, 2029. And again, the two Alabama institutions. So just the dates on this is fucking pointless, but okay.
Policing job 1627, which would ban ICE agents from teaching and policing jobs in California. Obviously, you don't vote on something like this, but is this consistent with the idea that you were expressing earlier? We're going to hold ICE agents to account for their law breaking. I mean, this obviously, just being an ICE agent would disqualify you. Where do you come down on something like that?
Well, I'd have to look at the details of it. I don't want to duck the question, but my view, if it's broad-based, which is every single ICE agent, I'd be a little concerned because I think that I feel differently about ICE agents who are breaking the law. I don't think every single ICE agent is breaking the law. And I much rather go after the architects of the policy, like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, than just ICE agents who are law-abiding, but being put in a situation of extraordinary quotas and financial rewards. That said,
you heard that? They're just following orders. They're just following orders. Ro Khanna is cool with the excuse of they're following orders. They're just following orders. Oh, the quotas. It's not on them. It's the quotas that they got to hit. You know how stressful it is to have a quota like that? The quota to kidnap human beings. Think about the ICE agents, Sam. The quotas. The financial incentives. Like Grant Platter, the financial incentives. Think about that. And of course, Sam Cedars is going to push back on that because that's such a fucking ridiculous notion, right? Because he's acting like you can't do both. You can't hold the foot soldiers accountable and the fucking generals, the leadership, accountable as well.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you for the super chat, Evelyn Faith. I hope for the day we can put Obama in Libyan jail. Yeah, I think a couple of jail cells are gonna have to around the world are gonna have to share them.
J.D. Vance, than just ICE agents who are law-abiding, but being put in a situation of extraordinary quotas and financial rewards. That said,
yeah, financial rewards. Oh, god damn it, bro. If I have any more stress because of financial rewards, I think I'm just gonna lose my hair. I think I'm just gonna fucking I won't be able to sleep because all the stress of financial rewards are just overwhelming me, y'all. Like, holy shit. So, of course, Sam Cedar's going to push back on that because that's such a just full of fucking shit excuses.
Agents who are committing law violations, certainly there, I believe they should be criminally prosecuted and face civil liability.
And since we're in California, and that at least rhetorically speaking.
Wait, and since? Wait. No. You're going to push back on that, right? You asked him a question. Let's hear the question. You brought it up. So what's going on here?
Obviously, you don't vote on something like this, but is this consistent with the idea that you were expressing earlier? We're going to hold ICE agents to account for their law breaking. I mean, this obviously, just being an ICE agent would disqualify you. Where do you come down on something like that?
And mind you, this is so frustrating because all it's saying is, hey, you can't have these jobs. You're not being punished. They're not being fined. They're not being incarcerated. They're saying, hey, you can't work for these fucking state positions. That's it. You can't. That's all it's saying. No need to apply. That's all it's fucking saying. And even that's too fucking far. What pushback does Sam Cedar give him for this weak ass, pathetic excuse of an answer?
Well, I'd have to look at the details of it. I don't want to duck the question, but maybe if it's broad-based, which is every single ICE agent, I'd be a little concerned because I think that I feel differently about ICE agents who are breaking the law. I don't think every single ICE agent is breaking the law. And I much rather go after the architects of the policy, like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, than just ICE agents who are law-abiding but being put in a situation of extraordinary quotas and financial rewards.
Oh, man. How could they say no to the money?
That said, agents who are committing law violations, certainly there, I believe they should be criminally prosecuted and face civil liability.
And since we're in California, and that at least rhetorically speaking, the wealth tax. I know this is something that you have promoted.
Next fucking question. No fucking pushback. And next fucking question, Sam Cedar. No fucking pushback. Do you see why they come on your fucking show? And I would love to hear Ro Khanna talk about all the good ICE agents that are just doing their jobs. I would like a list, please. If you had any doubt that Sam Cedar is a spineless fucking Democratic hack, why MSNBC continues to contract him as a contributor, why he was signed to Peacock before that shit folded. This is why. No pushback. It's crazy how he's got all that fucking energy for somebody calling out his Zionism. It's crazy how he has all this energy for idiots like libertarians. Cool. But somebody who actually has power, a politician that has power, let's move along. Let's keep the story going. And I got another question. Jesus, bro. He's a fucking hack, bro. He wanted to be a fucking Hollywood comedic director. He failed at that. He hates his fucking life. That's why his wife left him. He's a spineless fucking DNC hack. It's that simple. Always has been. 20 years, 2 decades of the Majority Report. And what has he accomplished? We're both fucking political streamers. Congrats. What a waste of fucking life, bro. What a fucking waste. And Ro Khanna, they want this motherfucker to run for president. Everything's setting up so Ro Khanna can run for president. Keep that shit in mind. Oh, there was something at 53 that I missed? Or was I just being...
Of the $75 billion that has already been appropriated to ICE, let's be clear, they have tripled.
Oh, yeah. I think this is something.
Shouldn't be in masks. They should have body cameras.
Oh, the mask and the body camera shit. Yes. Hold on. I don't know what it is. And I'm losing my fucking mind here.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you for the super chat. Horutsu. Cedar doesn't have a job. If the system changes, these guys get paid for doing nothing but talk. Fundamental change will require them to get a real job. Tell me about it. This part here, hold on. Let's hear Sam's question and then we'll get to it.
Your understanding of is, it appears we're going to have at least a partial government shutdown come, I guess, Friday night. But where that stands and what do you think should be the demands of the Democrats providing votes for any type of funding?
Well, first of all, how can you fund a government that's killing its own citizens? So I guess this is at least the line for the entire Democratic Party. And I do think it's going to hold.
You extended it for 2 weeks. You extended this shit for 2 weeks.
Even people like Tom Suozzi have said that they regret their vote in terms of the few who voted for that ICE funding. This is the bare minimum, that we shouldn't be funding the Homeland Security now. What are some of the demands? We should get rid of qualified immunity for these ICE officers. That's the first thing we should be pushing.
Haven't done that for pigs. Haven't done that for the local fucking pigs. But you're going to get it done for ICE federal agents? You haven't done that on a local level, but you're going to get it done for fucking ICE agents. Federal fucking agents. All right.
For. By the way, J.D. Vance is totally wrong about absolute immunity. I mean, he's arguing that they can't be criminally prosecuted. That's not the law. And it would be a very scary thing if the law in this country was that the state using violence and force could kill anyone and face no consequences. I mean, he's basically arguing that, and that's not the current law. But what I'm saying is we should get rid of qualified immunity, meaning you should be allowing Pretty's family, Renee Good's family, to sue the ICE agents who killed their son, or in Renee Good's case, who killed Renee Good. That is first. We should have a standard of force.
It seems like nobody's allowed to say Keith Porter. It seems like nobody's. Is it because that one's completely indefensible? Off-duty ICE agent? Is it just strictly anti-blackness?
That is codified so that agents can't be using excessive force. Obviously, agents shouldn't be in masks. They should have body cameras. But ultimately, Sam, what I believe is that there needs to be a repeal of the $75 billion that has already been appropriated to ICE. Let's be clear. They have tripled the budget for the next 4 years. We need to fight. Every Democrat should go on record voting to take that money back away. And we need to tear down this agency. This agency cannot continue. There needs to be immigration enforcement with oversight and human rights. From 1940 to George W. Bush, we had immigration enforcement without an agency with DHS. And Democrats need to clearly be for that.
Who was president after George W. Bush? I guess everything was fine and dandy when Obama was in charge. Everything was fine and dandy when Biden was in charge.
Well, in terms of that, which I imagine on some level is a longer term goal. It's obviously tougher to get to pull that agency apart in the context of Republicans controlling the amount of government they do at this point. But where would you do it? Would you essentially go back to the pre-2000, I guess, world prior to DHS, where we would have INS is with the Department of Justice, and a lot of these sort of different functions that were brought together under one, essentially go back to the agencies where they started?
I do think it needs to be under justice. Obviously, Pam Bondi's justice, you're probably not going to get much difference because there's been a contempt of the law. But you're asking me.
Because the whole structure, the whole institution is fucked. They admit this shit themselves. Like, yeah, even if we do that right now, it ain't going to be any better. From Chrissy Knowles to Bundy, it ain't going to be much fucking better.
in an architecture, I think we move it back to justice, but there need to be more controls on human rights. Look, the INS was not perfect, as you know, because you're a student of history. During the Great Depression, the INS was there deporting Mexican Americans and Mexican nationals because they thought Mexicans were a threat to American jobs. So it's not like the INS was a perfect.
And Bernie Sanders was laying in bed with gold in my ear, cheering that shit on.
Agency, but having Justice Department oversight and human rights oversight with safeguards is the best way to do it. The reason it went to the Department of Homeland Security is after 9/11, there were legitimate concerns that agencies across the federal government were not sharing intelligence. And I don't want to minimize those concerns. I mean, they were legitimate concerns that
There were legitimate concerns. Let's not get into the whole 9/11 shit. Let's not do it. But yeah, I don't think 9/11 happened because of that. Because of your legitimate concerns. I think it probably had a little bit more to do with Saudi Arabia, but hey, let's not get into the details. But broadly speaking, your legitimate concerns were utter bullshit to normalize the expansion of the surveillance state.
In part led to 9/11. So we need to have it back under justice with stronger human rights protections, but still have ways that you can facilitate the intelligence sharing that is required to keep the country safe.
Has there been talk too of like a larger policy structure for just the immigration in general? I mean, I know that there was an immigration bill that was presented. I mean, ultimately as sort of a leverage point from my perspective in the final year. I guess it was in 2023 of the Biden administration. But it feels.
Wait, was he talking about the bill Lindsey Graham wanted?
Immigration bill general. I mean, I know that there was an immigration bill that was presented. I mean, ultimately as sort of a leverage point from my perspective in the final year. I guess it was in 2023 of the Biden administration. But
in the final year of the Biden administration or 2023? Because I know there was two. And the worst one was the one at the end. But I'm just confused because is he talking about supporting it? Because he didn't seem to be critical about it, other than how it was being used or the timing of it politically. But Lindsey Graham endorsed that shit. Lindsey Graham wanted that shit to go through. Huh.
It feels like the Democrats do not have a policy or like broadly a disposition towards immigration that is articulated, in any type of explicit way. I mean, I don't know how else to say that. Like, I don't think that I could ask 10 people on the street, where are Democrats on immigration? And I don't think that anybody could give me an answer.
What does it say about the party that you're supporting? What does that say about the party that you supported for 2 decades? What does it say about the party that you tell people to go vote for? That you or 10 people on the fucking street can't give you a direct answer about the position on immigration, and we've been over it. They've historically, before Donald Trump, have been stricter on the border. God damn, bro.
How about we start with immigrants are good? Immigrants help America. Obviously, I'm biased. I'm the son of immigrants. My parents came here in the 1960s.
Gives a fuck.
My dad is a chemical engineer. My mom is a substitute teacher for special needs.
We're good immigrants. We're the good kind.
I was born in Philadelphia. They got a green card, eventually citizenship, and they were so proud that they could vote. And my dad became part of the local Democratic Party in Bucks County. But I'll tell you something, having grown up the son of immigrants, the main thing they want to be able to do is just have legal status in this country, most immigrants. So at the very least, I mean, I'm for a path to citizenship, but at the very least, Democrats, when we're back in power, need to deliver something to make sure that people who are working hard, paying taxes, have some status. I mean, we've not solved this problem for 30 years. And, my hope was when that whole thing happened in Springfield in Ohio, they're eating dogs and cats. Instead of just showing up at the border, I wish Democrats had shown up to Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah.
went to Minneapolis and said, you know,
Why didn't he go? When Harris and Biden were at the border being like, yeah, we're going to be tougher on the border. When Harris is like, Trump just talks the talk, but I'm going to walk the walk on immigration. Fueling the fucking xenophobia.
no, let's talk about these Haitian immigrants. They're working hard. They are building businesses. They're contributing to the community. Here's who they are. My parents told me when I was born in America, I won the lottery, that I better not mess it up. Go work hard. Go make good grades like every Indian American parent. Go learn about the country's history. They're the
You can't just be average. That's only for fucking white people. You got to be extraordinary. You got to show them that you belong. You got to earn your fucking humanity around here.
most patriotic people. And we have demonized immigrants in this country where, you know, I had a debate with Sean Hannity. All they show is the criminals, the rapists, the pedophiles. How about showing the actual experience of most immigrants, or the most patriotic folks who are creating jobs, who are helping this community? And how about having a Democratic Party that isn't afraid of immigrants? Every swing state senator voted for Lake and Riley. You know, we gave them carte blanche in part to do what they're doing.
What do you make of that? I mean, from a like there has.
I love that at least he admits it. That they're fucking complicit.
How about showing the actual experience of most immigrants, or the most patriotic folks who are creating jobs, who are helping this community? And how about having a Democratic Party that isn't afraid of immigrants? Every swing state senator voted for Lake and Riley. You know, we gave them carte blanche in part to do what they're doing.
What do you make of that? I mean, from a like there has been, at least in my experience, doing this professionally now for 20 some odd years, Democrats learned, it seems to me, in the 90s that if there is any type of contention, the best way to deal with it is a small tactical retreat. I mean, the idea that Tom Suozzi, it takes him, he makes a vote, a very material vote, right? I mean,
that's the one with the protesters, right? How do you spell his name? Tom Suozzi. Oh, there you go. Swayze or Swazi? Who was the protest at the synagogue? I don't know how to spell synagogue to save my fucking life. Oh, there you go. It just happened. That one white dude that always wears glasses and is kind of low-key annoying. It wasn't a week ago, it was like a day ago. But I don't remember who. I forget what politician. I want to say it was that guy, Swazi. How do you spell his name?
Swazi.
Oh, it's definitely not how you spell it. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, he spelled it Swazi like that? Jesus Christ. I think it might have been him. Yeah, it's this one.
My eyes this month, and you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you!
Swazi, I know you voted to increase ICE funding, so I wanted to get something for you. This is an adult diaper for when you feed yourself. You're the type of leader we need
weird.
right now. Someone who soils themselves with that.
I didn't know we were doing gifts up top. I actually also have some gifts. I have some knee pads for you. You can use these while you blow Donald Trump.
Why? Why the homophobia? Like, why? To get attention to what? Like, you couldn't think of anything better? Knee pads? What fucking high school, middle school fucking roast is this?
I just would like to say really quick, as a Jewish man, I have never felt safer than...
And then this was gonna, I swear when I first saw this clip, because this was like the thumbnail that I saw, I thought this was doing like 10 minutes. All right, you got your 10 minutes, do your fucking set. I thought that's what it was. And then when I saw it was an actual protest, like, oh shit.
When there is a masked Gestapo in the street.
Tell Good you made a mistake. Tell Alex Penny you made a mistake in expanding funding of ICE after Renee Good had already been shot in the streets.
Nobody could have predicted that ICE would have been killing innocent people. The only way we can fight anti-Semitism is by aligning ourselves with white supremacists.
Oh, okay. This is... Remember, guys, it's about anti-Semitism. It's about stopping anti-Semitism. That's what it's about. Yeah.
Renee Good, Keith Porter. I'm reading names of people killed by ICE. And if you're gonna touch me, you're gonna touch me. Alex Petty, Renee Good, Keith Porter, Parody Law. These people were killed by ICE this month. And you're gonna throw me out? These people, 9 people were killed by ICE this month. And you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names? How fucking dare you?
Thank you.
Now, thank you. I look-y want that as a fucking drop, bro. I kind of want that as a drop. Because he does not give a fuck, bro.
Thank you.
But I think it might be anti-Semitic if I use that drop because it's... There's a specific tone to that thank you.
Dare you?
Thank you.
No fucks, bro. No fucks. It's almost like these type of protests don't do shit either.
It takes him, he makes a vote, a very material vote, right? I mean, this is something that ostensibly you're thinking about. And within 24 hours or 48 hours, realizes it's a mistake. I just don't know how that happens. Like,
realizes it's a mistake, bro. He won't realize it's a mistake until he loses office.
I mean, I understand people make mistakes, but where is the leadership and the understanding that, like, you can't project out that ICE is going to be a problem over the course of the next 10 months? It seems bizarre to me.
Well, look, I was on Bill Maher's show about a month after the election with Stephen A., who's skilled at debate, and I said I voted against.
Did he mean like Stephen A. Smith when he said Stephen A? Or is there like another Bill Maher, Stephen A? Let's just put Stephen A. It's Stephen A. Smith. That is bro. My gosh, bro. To say that Stephen A. Smith is a good debater is wild, bro. A skilled debater. Yeah, I got my ass kicked by Stephen H or Stephen A. He says, all right, Stephen A. Smith, right? Wow.
Over the course of the next 10 months, it seems bizarre to me.
Well, look, I was on Bill Maher's show about a month after the election with Stephen A., who's skilled at debate. And I said I voted against Lake and Riley. There needs to be due process. And I basically lost the debate. I mean, the entire crowd was, we need to make sure these criminals are removed fast and, kind of.
Yeah, that's my sense too, chat. That they're trying. Yeah, they're like, yeah, he's solid. He knows what he's talking about. He's saying what the people are thinking. He's got his finger on the pulse. Yeah. Fucking A, bro.
Doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, people can look at the clips. I mean, it wasn't some stellar performance. And the entire sentiment of this country, including the Democratic Party, was capitulation to some kind of compromise with Donald Trump. And so you have numerous Democrats vote for Lake and Riley in the Senate, in the House, and you can't.
Yeah, Democrats, Sam Cedar and all these fucking weirdos are going to have us support Ro Khanna for president, who lost the debate to fucking Stephen A. Smith. Wow. All right.
then say, okay, if we're going to do that, then be surprised that you're basically giving Trump administration cover to say, well, you said we can deport people without due process. You've said that we're going to adopt the European anti-immigrant framework, which is what Lake and Raleigh was based on. We're going to adopt it here. You're voting for it. And now you're outraged that there are mass raids and people are being deported. So, I think that the Democrats, we just, instead of looking at polls, we need to look at our principles. And in hockey, Gretzky used to say, skate to where the puck is going, no, not to where the puck is at. And I think this has been a Democratic Party that keeps skating to where the puck is. And then we get surprised. And instead, Donald Trump.
And Sam shaking his head like, yeah. No, that's great. Fucking Earl, like, trying to put on my shoes. Yeah, like Gretzky used to say. I don't even know how to say his fucking name. Wayne Gretzky? There you go.
Terrible person, but he doesn't look at polls. Like, right. I don't think he's sitting there looking at polls saying, let's invade Greenland or, all the other junk he puts out there. He just talks about what he thinks. And how about a Democratic Party that just says what we believe? Most Democrats deep down believe immigrants are good for America. They're just afraid to say it because of the politics.
No, they're doing what they believe. They're doing exactly what they believe. Aiding and abetting the Republican Party. That's what they're fucking doing. Let's see the pushback from Sam. Let's hear it out.
You mentioned the idea of making it clear that in the event that there's going to be a Democratic administration, and maybe maybe it's a good time to talk about the dynamic of Pam Bondi trying to get Social Security information, trying to get sensitive information. I mean, essentially statutorily prohibited information from the state to share about voters. They made the offer of, we'll leave Minnesota if we get that information, which in and of itself, I think gives up the game. What are your concerns about midterm elections going off, or the Trump administration interfering?
Gretzky, thank you. Here's my thing. Watch the entire fucking interview. Watch the entire fucking interview. Please. Show me one time that Sam Seder pushes back. Not a follow-up question. I doubt there's any of those. But actually pushing back on Ro Khanna. Just one time, that would be nice. Because I went through it. And I couldn't fucking find it. Maybe you could. But what does that say about Sam Seder? All right, let's keep it pushing. Which is this? Okay, so yeah. So Sam Seder, we're done with you. Liberal Zionist extraordinaire, co-signed by Hassan Piker. Nothing like a pro-Palestinian ally co-signing a liberal Zionist. So apparently Hassan Piker is a political prisoner, just like Don Lemon. Got banned for this. 7-day week ban. 7-day week ban for this.
Similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
What's more likely is that they filmed his fucking face and they put him on a watch list. As Ken Klippenstein reports in his exclusive, Sparta, Reaper, and Grapevine track protesters and their friends, plus others, ICE's secret watch list of Americans. We have a nice little database, and now you're considered a domestic terrorist. A masked federal agent taunted a protester filming him in Maine last week.
We've known this. They brag about their shit. That's why you should be wearing masks as well if you're going to be out there. For your own protection, for your own well-being. We've known this. They brag about this shit. All right. Break that shit down, Hassan.
If you recall, remember this video? We've covered videos like this on numerous occasions on this broadcast where ICE agents will walk up to counter protesters, will walk up to protesters and film them in their faces and go, smile, you're on fucking camera, you're on a watch list now. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin's response was firm. There is no database of domestic terrorists run by ICE. There's just one problem. She's lying. Two senior national security officials tell me that there are more than a dozen secret and obscure watch lists that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protesters, both anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian. This is another big suck my dick to all the fucking Israel dick riders out there, you fucking rabid ultra-Zionist pigs. You fucking run around going, oh my God, Israel first, Israel first. Why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the fucking same shit. Okay? I voted for Kamala Israel Harris. You first got problem? monsters, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you fucking say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally try to deport anti-Israel protesters, trying to deport people for writing articles in their student newspaper against Israel, hurting Israel's feelings. And then they still act like this is not the identical situation.
Harutsu, thank you for the super chat. Didn't Hassan work on something like this in uni? Thank you for connecting the dots, Harutsu. You got to pay attention. My whole thing is like, yo, when somebody brags about working for Homeland Security, what else do you need? What else do you need?
Name a time when you confronted someone or you told someone off, Haas.
So when I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security. Program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security. Program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security. Program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security. Program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security. Program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security.
But if I call him a Fed, I'm just a hater. But if I call him controlled opposition, I'm just jealous of his success. If I call him a Democratic Party sheepdog herder, like his hero, the Zionist Bernie Sanders, I'm just being petty. I admit I haven't. If you got it, let me know where I can find it. You could always hit me up on the Discord or DM me on Twitter if you got that information. Instagram too. That'd be funny as fuck to hear that excuse.
The Command Control Interoperability Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow, you have some
Center of Advanced Data Analysis. What's the whole thing again?
Advanced Security. The Command Control Interoperability.
Command Control.
Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Center of Advanced Data Analysis. Yeah, you help fucking create shit like this, bro. And here you are bragging about it.
Wow, you have some fancy ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him and the team of math professors that are working with the government.
You were working with the government, bro. It wasn't the professors, it was you and the professors working with the government.
That their website sucked, because that was kind of what we were like supposed to be doing. We were doing marketing and communications for that entire program, and I kind of he was very upset, but I had to.
This wanted to make sure that they were marketing their fucking spyware, their surveillance system better. So what? For the purpose of what? Why would you want to market that shit better? To normalize it, to get more funding for it, to make it overall more successful. And now you want to pretend that that you're appalled by the very same shit that you aided and abetted. Mind you, he's already at TYT here. He doesn't announce it. He's like, oh, that was gross. No, he's bragging about it. And Kasparian literally says, yeah, you got a bunch of fancy titles.
was in college. This is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security, the Command Control Interoperability Advanced Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow,
and
you have some fancy ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Some fancy ass titles.
Yeah, advanced data analysis.
Wow, you have some fancy ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was, yeah, it was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but
I'm not going to get too far into it.
I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him and the team of math professors that are working with the government.
Dude was the smartest person in the room. Always, though.
We were like supposed to be doing, we were doing marketing and communications for that entire program. And I kind of, he was very upset, but I had to like get up, and because he was talking about how like the website's fine, whatever, we need to shift our focus to other stuff. And I had to get up and literally be like, no, the website's not fine. And we did end up changing it, so that's good. But
that's good. Mind you, no self-reflection, no like, yeah, you know, I fucked up. I shouldn't have been helping fucking Homeland Security. None of that. None of that. They're like, fuck that. He's proud of that fucking work that he did. Proud of that shit. But if we call him a Fed, if we call him controlled opposition, yeah.
Monsters, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you fucking say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally try to deport anti-Israel protesters, trying to deport people for writing articles in their student newspaper against Israel, hurting Israel's feelings, and then they still act like this.
Plattner. No. Palantir Piker. I like that. Palantir Piker. It was just marketing, guys.
This is not the identical situation. It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that one of the biggest pro-Israel IDF donors went and fucking purchased TikTok specifically because he wanted to make it pro-Israel, and that every single person that played a role, every single politician that played a role in the sale of TikTok openly said they were selling TikTok because they were scared that people were becoming too anti-fucking Israel. Every single person that refuses to acknowledge that tries to disparage, that tries to fucking disparage people for calling this out, that tries to deflect attention away from this issue is a fucking monstrous liar that is only invested in Israel and nothing else.
I don't know why you would get banned over this. I don't understand the thought process. Maybe he needed more clout or something, and Twitch is looking out for him. Maybe he needed like a vacation. Hassan Piker has been banned for 7 days for using the phrase rabid ultra-Zionist pigs directed at people defending the use of watch lists to track anti-Israel protesters in the U.S. The same lists are now being used to track anti-ICE protesters like Alex Preddy, as revealed by Ken Klippenstein. Yeah, so
the man in our footage is
I guess Twitch is just doesn't allow you to call people Zionists anymore. Here's my thing. Hassan Piker is the largest political commentator on Twitch, and he has been for quite some fucking time. Why hasn't he organized a union to make sure that Twitch just can't lay out fucking rules like this, and the streamers, the people that bring in the employees of Twitch, or if you will, independent contractors, can have a say on what gets censored and what doesn't? Why hasn't he unionized Twitch yet? Why is that not part of his socialist agenda on Twitch, since he is the biggest fucking fish out there, especially in politics? Has anybody stopped to consider why it is that Hassan Piker hasn't started a unionization effort? He could afford it. He can more than afford that shit. He probably needed a vacation with how close he is with Twitch. I mean, when you have Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, singing you happy birthday, I mean, can we be honest? Controlled opposition through and through. Let's see if I can find this here. Because that fool's a pervert. The owner. Let's see. These people are pushed in order for us to believe that they're their voices we should be listening to. But this is how his CEO, I'm not saying his boss, like his manager, I'm saying like the owner or fucking operator of Twitch, not the owner, my apologies.
Birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. Oh my God.
Oh my
like
God, bro.
the most rabid Redditors just clip this and they're gonna be like, the most rabid Redditors just clip this and they're gonna use this permanently to be like, see, I told you he's got banning powers.
No, it's very simple. You demonstrate no threat to your bosses. You, Hassan Piker, the biggest political commentator on Twitch, pose no threat to your bosses, much less the political establishment. So it's very simple. Why not unionize so you don't get banned for accurately calling out these Zionist, fucking ultra Zionist pigs? Why not unionize? Why not use that power? You're cool with all the big Twitch streamers. They all love and adore you, right? Because they're all secretly socialists. They just, they're afraid to say it out loud. You've radicalized all of them. Starting a union at your level shouldn't be that difficult. I would rather it be bottom up. But hey, if you led a unionization on Twitch, I'm sure you'd be successful. So why not? A little bit of praxis, even if it is a little fucking petty bourgeois praxis. Go for it. He won't do it because, it's all talk. It's all talk. Don't worry. He's going to be marching today in LA and he's going to be streaming about it on YouTube, doing the real fucking work. Doing the real fucking work. Meeting fucking politicians on his stream while motherfuckers have to meet them in long ass fucking union meetings. But hey, always will be different. The follow up, this shit had me dying, bro. Is this the right timestamp? 21:30. Oh shit! Then that's annoying. No, I think it is. I think it is.
On the Democratic side, certainly not to the level of how the Republicans talked about IRS funding, saying we need to claw back that money. And I'm not going to pass, whatever must pass bill has to pass until we claw back that money, because that's how the Republicans did it.
Yep.
And they were.
For clarification, what's his name? David Dane from the American Prospect. He's saying, hey, when the Republican Party wanted to pull back the funding for the IRS, they were able to fucking do it. Can you unionize independent contractors? Yeah, you can. Most construction workers are independent contractors. I wouldn't say most. My apologies. That might be an exaggeration. Now, I guess the question is, I mean, I would assume, that Twitch streamers are independent contractors, right? I think that'd probably be like the easiest categorization for them. But yeah, definitely. Linstack, I generally don't think Hassan is as important as the online left acts like he is. I don't know. The fact that Mamdani had to denounce him on the debate stage in New York. The fact that JD Vance was talking about him in an interview about shocking his dog. I don't know about it important necessarily, but definitely the most popular leftist, the most popular political streamer without question. He claims that he's the reason why Mamdani got elected, that he helped do that. So, I mean, not enough to get to the VIP section, but I guess he likes to brag about further normalizing liberal Zionists, opportunists through and through. So, he's breaking down, David Dane, how when the Republican Party actually wanted to claw back funding for the IRS, they were successful in doing so. So it is possible. It is possible. The question is, will the Democratic Party do so when it comes to ICE funding?
Successful.
So this is where the question arises, is this incompetence or actually competence in the direction of defending this agenda?
Not complicit. They can't be complicit. No, they're just incompetent, right? God forbid you tell your audience they're complicit.
Back that money, because that's how the Republicans did it, and they were successful.
So this is where the question arises, is this incompetence or actually competence in the direction of defending this agenda? Are the Democrats simply allowing this agenda to continue in terms of like, you know, this Gestapo policing force, whether they recognize that this will inevitably harm them, they might get sicked on, you know, in the midterms, they might station them outside of election.
Why would they give a fuck? Even if they cease being politicians, they're still going to be fucking millionaires. They're going to still be in the same fucking tax bracket as you, homie.
Polling stations, right, in blue districts and blue neighborhoods. Like, this is a very real thing that they're interested in doing. Are the Democrats aware of this and simply do not care? Are they engaging in appeasement towards this fascist administration? Or are they oblivious to it, and that's the reason why...
Appeasement, oblivious... Nah, bro. They're capitalists. The fuck? Hold on, I gotta check something. Oh, okay. We keep going. Give me 1 second. Give me one quick sec. Hit the like button, y'all. Do me a favor. I'll be right back. Like it's armor, but his channel, it is what it is. So pay Elon.
I was trying to call in because people kept talking about the tweet as if it were a tweet, and it was actually a lot of tweets.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I saw that one tweet from Anna, and that's what I was responding to. I don't like, I'm not on Twitter as much maybe as people want me to be. I don't, there's this sense that like, I won't talk about TYT because I'm friends with them or because I do business with them.
Right.
Like I've known Cenk for, a long time, but he lives in LA. I mean, I've probably spoken to him in person, I don't know, maybe 10 times over the past almost 18 years. I've been on that show. At one point we were, part of the YouTube network, which, and just to make this clear to people, the relationship that we had in business was I was their client. In other words, I paid them money to optimize our YouTube channel and we did that for far longer than I think like a business person who had a business sense would have done it. Because
so you're just giving them fucking money for the fuck of it? You're just giving them money for the fuck of it.
I didn't want to have to manage somebody doing that for us. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't care and this and that. So I was never getting money from them. I don't have some reason, nefarious reason not to criticize them. But I also don't feel a huge compulsion to observe every tweet that they do or what's on their show. I cannot express to people how misguided they are in terms of what they assume I watch on a daily basis. There's not enough hours in the day for me to monitor what TYT is doing. And I think, like, on balance, my sense is, and, I've always, considered myself to the left of, like, of Cenk. Like, I had arguments with him 18 years ago or 15 years ago about the Bill Clinton administration. And, but that was just like, I was invited onto the show or I was on the show or whatever I was, and that came up. I mean, it's not like I'm, monitoring them. And so I think, like, I thought that tweet was ridiculous. Do I know why?
That's the tip of the iceberg.
Okay,
because
but
she had a lot of responses.
Okay, if she's tweeting all this stuff out, I'm not defending her, but I'm not
saying you are, but I'm saying that
you're saying it's incumbent upon me to be polite. Wait, let me finish. You're saying it's incumbent upon me to be monitoring her
Jesus
tweets
fucking Christ.
so that
I hate this shit because it's like you're explaining yourself, and Sam's like, no. Let me finish straw manning you. Listen to this. John M is trying to explain his position to clarify, and Sam's like, let me finish straw manning you.
You are, but I'm saying that
you're saying it's incumbent upon me to be polite. Wait, let me finish.
John M is literally saying, he's like, I am saying, he goes, let me finish. Let me finish straw manning you for my audience so that I can avoid criticism of not holding TYT to the same standard that I hold Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, you name it. BPD.
Had a lot of responses.
Okay, if she's tweeting all this stuff out, I'm not defending her, but I'm
not saying you are, but I'm saying that
you're saying it's incumbent upon me to be polite. Wait, let me finish. You're saying it's incumbent upon me to be monitoring her tweets so that I can provide a super accurate representation of what her ideology is. I criticized her tweets.
But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you're going to weigh in on it, you should have all the facts, and that
I just weighed in on one thing, and that was the tweet.
But the show's weighed in on it 3 times. It's very clear it makes Emma uncomfortable.
Well, of course it makes Emma uncomfortable. I mean,
but she didn't have to address it. She could have said, "Hey, you know what?
We were getting 20 IMs about it. We have to address it.
I think. Listen, I think you do have an argument. Okay, hold on, John. You have an argument.
Yeah.
We could have said, and I've done this at times, like with something with like some of the Louis C.K. stuff. I said, Louis. I mean, I'm not in touch with him in the same way I was, but Louis was a friend of mine, and I know this from a different perspective. I don't want to weigh in on it.
But when I say that he's a fucking misogynist, I'm just a fucking hater. Louis C.K. sexually harassed multiple women. Multiple female comics that had nowhere near the same fame and influence in the comedy scene than Louis. Multiple women came out and said, yeah, that was a fucking creep. He fucking whipped that shit out. I could hear him fucking masturbating on the phone while speaking to me. And I was afraid of speaking up or calling him out on it because of the career consequences of doing so. Sam Cedar's like, we were friends a long time ago and everybody's abandoning Louis. So maybe if I don't say anything mean, he'll hire me when this shit blows over. That's where his mind's at. That is Sam Cedar. Through and fucking through. He's an opportunist through and fucking through. He's a careerist through and fucking through. It's the same reason why he fucking continued to endorse Nomiki Konst when the Democratic Party put her as a spoiler against Christine Gonzalez, I believe New York 15. You could be wrong with that number. Sam Cedar said, I will endorse any DSA backed or endorsed candidate in any race. The DNC makes the call to Nomiki Konst. Credit to Emma Vigeland, credit to Matt Legg. They're like, hey, we support the DSA endorsed candidate. Sam's like, those DNC connections. Yeah. Good times. But in case you didn't know, Sam wasn't comfortable to call out Louis C.K. a fucking predator. case you didn't fucking know, I feel guilty for thinking that the Robin Williams episode of Louis is fucking a flawless episode of television. I feel gross. Sam Cedar's like, he might call. He might have a role for me. Fucking A, man.
They're not saying this.
I don't think it's obliviousness. I don't think it's obliviousness.
Of course not. It's complicity. Because if you understood the history of the Democratic Party when it came to Border Patrol, and we've been over it, while the Republican Party barked, the Democratic Party was biting. Until Donald Trump. And even then, he's trying to beat Obama, the deporter in chief. The white people weren't killed during that shit, so nobody fucking cares.
I think that Democrats are much more than Republicans always concerned about whether or not they, how any issue will be used against them. By the way, taxing the rich and making sure people are paying what they actually legally owe is a super popular issue.
Oh, yeah.
Surging, the IRS might not be popular in and of itself, but making sure people pay what they owe is very, very popular.
Sir, David Shore would like to have a word with you after that. This is not a popularist position. We need to be focusing on $50,000 in small business tax credits.
Well, as we know, as you referred to, abolishing ICE now is a plurality topic among the public.
Yep.
It's a more independence.
And what the fuck is the Democratic Party going to do with that? The party you're telling us to vote for, the party you're telling us they can commit a genocide and you still got to support them. What is the Democratic Party going to do with all that support? Because they managed to get Medicare for all because it had so much support. Hey, Ole's another weirdo, bro. Ole's another opportunist. Literally made a vote blue no matter who video and refused to take it down as they committed a genocide against Palestinians.
Support abolishing ICE than
Plus 8
right now.
80% of Democrats and 50% of Republicans voters support abolishing ICE according to the YouGov poll. 46% overall supported, 43% overall oppose it.
Right. The use of clawing back the surge funding, that's not even abolishing ICE. That's just getting ICE back to the state at which it was at the end of 2024, right? That is not even abolition. And yet they feel completely constrained, like, but Republicans will use this against us. They're constantly on the lookout for what issues Republicans might use against them. And it paralyzes them from...
Oh, how fucking convenient. No, it allows them to play their fucking role. It allows them to play their fucking role. That's what it does. It paralyzes them. They just need to change their strategy. Nope. They're doing exactly what they should be doing, exactly what needs to be done to make Americans feel like they got a fucking choice. David Dayen is too intelligent for this shit. Too intelligent for this. Fucking Sam or even Hassan. Opportunists, don't get me wrong. Smarter than their fucking audience, don't get me wrong.
From listening to their base, from listening to the public and serving the needs that the public says that they want, even when the tide has turned and those votes are actually popular.
Can we talk about the significance of this tide shift as well, especially considering that it didn't happen with Democratic leadership at all? It happened organically, with the exception of the likes of Chris Van Hollen, for example, who I've routinely praised for what he did with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which we now know was a pivotal turning point in Donald Trump's anti-immigrant agenda actually going underwater. It took a nosedive after the Kilmar Abrego Garcia situation. Yep. And this basically did not happen because the Democrats were pushing for this in the same way that we see Republicans consistently message over and over again with lies, a barrage of misinformation and manufactured hysteria to arrive at a 66% pro-mass deportation position in the lead up to the election. Democrats didn't even do this. So I don't even know what it would look like if the National Democratic Party was actively engaging in counter messaging, actively speaking about the humanity of migrants and our neighbors and how ruthless and how cruel this administration actually is, and then simultaneously standing firmly on a pro-ICE abolition position. I feel like the numbers would even swing further in the direction of ICE abolition.
If the Democratic Party did what the Democratic Party is not meant to do, they would abolish ICE. All right, bro. You do understand this is all meant to generate hope. It's all meant to generate support for and continued allegiance to the Democratic Party. That's why he says this shit. If only they did that. If only they listened to me. If only every Democratic consultant that I fucking talked to would listen to me, then things would be different in this country. It's just not viewing reality for what it is. It's just not viewing reality for what it is. That's the fucking problem. That's the fucking problem with all that shit. It's fucking make-believe world, so your audience that sees you like a revolutionary god doesn't do anything other than vote for the Democratic Party. And look at this. Shout out to Socialism for All. They just dropped this today, 4 hours ago. I jumped on this like 45 minutes when it dropped because I'm a fan like that. I'm a fan like that. I'm still going over his playlist on is China imperialist or not. But this part made me laugh.
This is significant is because this kind of like electoral.
Let me go back a little bit.
Engaging that activities and organ
is because and the reason for why this is significant is because this kind of like electoralism actually opens up a pathway for even a viable third party option. Okay. This is what I always stress. I always try to explain to you guys that like there is already a opportunity ripe for seizure here in the Democratic lane. It doesn't.
Guys, we have a chance. We have guys, we have a chance. We have an opportunity, guys, to take over the Democratic Party. All right, we just gotta vote harder, guys. It's not entryism, guys. Guys, it's not entryism. It's not that. This is gonna work.
Doesn't have to end with the Democratic Party. It can go beyond the Democratic Party. That's
you go beyond the Democratic Party. They're gonna smear the Green Party, which I don't even fucking support. But they're being attacked by the Democrats legally to get taken off ballots. I'm not gonna platform the PSL, Claudia de la Cruz, when she's running for president. But what he will do is show up to their fucking marches so he could give a half-ass speech. For fucking clout. That's all fucking this Nebo baby sees. Clout. Everything's about clout. No praxis, no substance, no activism, no organizing. Clout. It's why he's out there today. Clout. That's all it is. No boring ass meetings for this fucking rich kid. Just clout, fame, and glory.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you for the super chat. What's your thoughts on Kyle from Secular Talk? After watching some of your past lives, it made me think different of Kyle and how he runs his channel. Just finished your live with Mix What I Like. Yeah, no, Kyle KKK Kalinske. That's what he is. Kyle KKK Kalinske. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you asking that in good faith. Look, all I ask is for people to be principled and consistent. Even like David Dayen. I think David Dayen seems sincere. He's very intelligent. American Prospect, I read their articles here and there. I think he's too intelligent to be pushing the Democratic Party line, but I also don't think that he has any revolutionary optimism to begin with, and why would he? He's just some white dude, if we're being honest. But I don't think he's doing anything maliciously. Kyle KKK Kalinske was angry that none of his friends supported him when it got brought up that he was using the N-word on Twitter, and I'm sure personally as well. He suggested that trans people who supported the Republican Party should be named. Kyle Kalinske is the type of white individual, white liberal, that is legit terrifying because they think it's fucking cool to be racist. That's the fucking issue. They think that shit's fucking badass. And if you call them out on it, if you try holding them accountable, then you're just a woke skull. You just get triggered easily. You're ruining the left. This is why white men are leaving the Democratic Party. Oh, man. Yeah, Dom. Hassan Piker bragged about not preparing a speech. Yep. Jesus, man. But no, I appreciate the question. Thank you. Yeah, I can't stand fucking Kyle. Not to mention the fucking disgusting ass white supremacist, like Indian tweet that he put out. Remember that? That's the most recent one. Let me put this up right now. Let me see here. I hate that I'm learning how to spell his name, but I do think it's hilarious that it has 3 Ks in it because it's pretty fucking accurate. Let's see. Did he delete it? He usually doesn't. He usually stands by that shit. Oh, here it is. This is just the latest thing that the Vanguard is. Remember, it's woe. It's woe. Whiteness over everything. The Vanguard excused this. From Kyle Kalinske, I'm an American. Yes, I like Hitler. And you have the woke jack fucking, I don't even know what the fuck they call this, but there's the white man. Look how perfect the white man looks. Look at that. I mean, him and Kyle look identical apparently. And then look how they depict the brown people. Look how they depict them. Compare that, and Kyle thought, yeah, this is something great to fucking put out. Farrell, I always shout out Black Liberation Media, Why is the Dome TV, Millennials are Killing Capitalism. Homegirl just launched her channel. Is it Psych Warfare? I want to make sure I get that right. Oh, Diallo, who is, how do I word this properly? A liar. He is a fraud. He is a poser because he's wearing a Reese's Cup t-shirt. And I got him to admit through scientific investigation, I got him to admit.
But a lot of revolutionaries are becoming like theocrats. Theocrats say,
oh no. I got him to admit that he actually has not had a Reese's Cup since 2 years before I was born. So ask yourself, why is he wearing the t-shirt, chat? Is he in the pocket of Big Chocolate? Is he getting paid to sponsor? No. Yeah, to be vegan that long. He has been vegan for longer than I've been alive. And somebody thought I was like trying to roast him when I said that like he's at least 2 decades older than me. I wasn't like trying to be like funny or anything. I was just like, if anything, I went under. Right. And then, but when he said that he's been vegan since 92. I was like, bro, that is like fucking credit, respect. I did that shit for like 2, 3 years, and I was like tapping out. Nope, I couldn't do it. But I'm also not trying to live long. You know what I mean? So all respect. Diallo is I mean, one of my favorites in regards to being solo on the mic, one of my favorites. It's always chaotic fun. When when he has to play with others, it's always chaotic fun. But the ability, like his skills and the way that he does his streams is something that I aspire to. All jokes aside. Um, but yeah, when he revealed how long he's been vegan, I was like, yo, bro, like that's something else. The Red Nation podcast is dope as well. And the newest one that I been tuning into that just launched is Psychic Militancy. Too good, too good, too good. But yes, here's Cal Kalinske upholding and sustaining white supremacy. Lists that racist targets the black community? Huh. Interesting. Is it bad? Is he for that? That's interesting, man. That makes me feel like less insecure for sure, because like the admiration that and it really, like, I joke around a lot, but I sincerely do admire, these individuals, the Dr. Balls, the Diallo, um, and I know Geechee looks. I'm sure Geechee just looks great for his age. I'm sure he's older as well, um, but he does come off like the younger, especially amongst like when he's around older folks like that. But I really can't, like, you have to understand, like, I was consistently watching all these foods, like, all the time. Like, I admire them not only for their organizing, not only their intellect, but their willingness and ability to entertain and be educational in a way that I just simply I'm not, right? I'm trying to work my way there, but I just really can't. I talk a lot of shit, I joke around a lot, but I can't like express how much I truly admire them, and the fact that I'm able to have conversations, uh, you know, with Dr. Ball and with individuals like him and around that space is just so fucking humbling, and uh, a true privilege that I do not take for granted. It makes me. Geechee is 40. Get the fuck out. I know he's, he doesn't look hella young, but like, yeah, he looks great for his age. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, Geechee would play the straight man. Like if it was a comedy trio, Geechee would be the straight man. He would be the gym helper looking at the camera, and he was quite often. He literally was that. Sorry, Kyle KK Kalinske. Have I been muted? Anywho. Yeah, the hands. Yeah, it's super fucking. No, I really like Palantir Piker because he could. diminish it and play it down all he wants. He was bragging about working for Homeland Security. Bro, man. I'm look, I first one to admit I don't have a sense of style to save my life. But God damn, bro. Indoors. God damn, bro. And that shit is like, you know what I mean? That shit comes from here. Like, that's not something you just change overnight. A shout out again to Socialism for All. Go check out this video. I'll drop it in the chat. Just let him wrap up here.
Doesn't have to end with the Democratic Party. It can go beyond the Democratic Party. That's part of the reason why I say, like, oh, it's not entryism. It's not entryism at all. Where
Okay, that didn't make sense to me on its face, and he didn't explain it to try to make it more intelligible in terms of following what is the logic there. He said this doesn't have to stop with the Democratic Party and could pave the way for a third-party victory in the Democratic Party lane. You're going to have to expand on that, especially as a lot of the criticism is that the right and center of DSA is just focused on the Democratic Party and isn't building a party. For example, there is a left-leaning party that is the fourth largest by voter registration in the United States, the Green Party. It's right there. It has the Bernie platform. Whether you think that's sufficient long-term or not, it would represent a leftward step from where we are now, and that isn't, that's part of the criticism, what DSA is building. What DSA is doing instead, when the more right-wing internal leadership of DSA is in charge, is they're trying to use the Democratic Party structure and organization is to do capitalism light, imperialism light, some kind of social democracy. That
Again, I don't know. I don't think Socialism for All has ever been on screen, but he might break my like no white people on the channel rule. It's not a rule. It's something I've seen how long ago without it, or how long ago with upholding that. Because, oh man, his content is just fucking amazing. And I know that I could sense the pettiness in him. I could sense the pettiness in this one. And it's there. And it's just like, I want to feed the pettiness. I want to see it grow. I want him to come join the petty side. You know what I mean? But they actually do solid fucking amazing work. Work that I always turn to. That's somebody who's on my, watch rotation a lot, especially listening wise. Look, and Empires, I'm not sure what you mean by LDSA take though, because I've been saying it since day one, where the DSA is not a political party, it's a political organization. And the DSA essentially is what their role is, basically a talent scout for the Democratic Party. Hey, we have a new face, better PR. We're going to push them forward. Mamdani, Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. We're going to promote individuals that will help rebrand the identity of the Democratic Party. So, well, no, Dr. Ball is the professor of petty. You know what I mean? We're all taking courses from him. Oh, I need to go back to those, David. That's hilarious. Oh, no worries. And Empires, no worries. Linstack is res. Oh. It's really chapter specific. I would go further than that. I forget chapter specific. I would say it's I think you to be gracious, and I try to be. I think there are like factions within chapters that are generally trying to do their best to move things to a better direction and not just reformism. So I would say you even have to be more specific than chapters. Factions within chapters, which at that point is starting to get rough. It's starting to get rough at that point. Just why be in DSA, But I think it's because of the influence that they think that they have within the Democratic Party. But again, how does the DSA hold Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, Zoran Mamdani accountable? They don't. They can't. They just rubber stamp shit at the end of the day. Fundamentally, that's all the work that they do, everything that all the organizing that they do at the end of the day is just rubber stamping a Democratic politician that they cannot hold accountable, that they need more than the Democratic politician needs them. Unfortunately, because I'm sure that they all think they're doing great work. All right, so let's go over this real quick here. Fact sheet: President Donald J. Trump addresses threats to the United States by the government of Cuba. This was dropped yesterday, right? Today's 30th. Another month gone. Confronting the Cuban regime. Today, President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order declaring a national emergency and establishing a process to impose tariffs on goods. Jesus, bro. From countries that sell or otherwise provide oil to Cuba, protecting U.S. national security and foreign policy from the Cuban regime malign actions and policies. You know, like sending doctors to countries that need them. You know, stuff like that. Evil shit like that. The order imposes a new tariff system that allows the United States to impose additional tariffs on imports from any country that directly or indirectly provides oil to Cuba. What the fuck does indirectly mean, bro? And this is my concern with Sheinbaum was, bro, like this whole thing of like, well, that's Pemex, but also, you know, we could do it through humanitarian means. Or what, are you going to send something in January or you're not? Can we count on your support for January? A shipment in January? I mean, because we're already at the deadline of the month. Is that going to happen? No direct answer. Is it going to happen in the future? No direct answer. So now with this, and supposedly this was dropped after her conversation with Donald Trump. Supposedly, from what I was reading. It's getting hot, bro. Jesus. Where are we at? Okay. Yes. The order authorizes the Secretary of State and Secretary of Commerce to take all necessary actions, including issuing rules and guidance to implement the tariff system and related measures. The president may modify the order if Cuba or affected countries take significant steps to address the threat or align with U.S. national security and foreign policy objectives. Countering Cuba's malign influence, the president is addressing deportations of communist Cuban regime by taking, depredations of the communist Cuban regime by taking decisive action to hold the Cuban regime accountable for its support of hostile actors, terrorism, and regional instability that endanger American security and foreign policy. The Cuban regime aligns itself with numerous hostile countries and malign actors hosting their military and intelligence capabilities. For example, Cuba hosts Russia's largest overseas signal intelligence facility, focusing on stealing sensitive national security information from the United States. Motherfuckers are back in the Cold War. Cuba provides safe haven for transitional terrorist groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas and supports adversaries in the Western Hemisphere, undermining U.S. sanctions and regional stability. The regime persecutes and tortures political prisoners, denies free speech, and press profits corruptly from Cuban people's misery, and incites chaos by spreading communist ideology across the region. These actions constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. national security and foreign policy, requiring immediate response to protect American citizens and interests. Putting America first, President Trump has consistently confronted regimes that threaten U.S. security and interests, delivering where others have failed to hold adversaries accountable. I think this is just bragging here. Right. Yeah, well, we'll knock it out. Fuck it. President Trump is continuing efforts from his first term to stand with the Cuban people and hold the regime accountable. In his first term, President Trump implemented a robust policy towards Cuba, reversing the Obama administration's one-sided deal that eased restrictions without securing meaningful reforms for the Cuban people. In June 2025, President Trump implemented partial travel restrictions on nationals from Cuba due to its role as a state sponsor of terrorism, its failure to cooperate or share sufficient law enforcement information with the United States, its historical refusal to accept back its removable nationals, and its high visa overstay rate. In June 2025, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum to strengthen the policy of the United States towards Cuba. This is not the first time President Trump has taken a tough stance against hostile regimes. In just a few months, he has ordered strikes on Iran's nuclear infrastructure and authorized operations to remove Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro from power, making clear that dictators and state sponsors of terrorism will be held accountable. Let me change. It's getting fucking hot as fuck here, and I'm not comfortable yet with y'all. So just be in my fucking tank top. We're not there yet, chat. We're not there yet. I like to take things slow. I'm a bit of a prude. It's just the Catholic way that I was raised. I feel shame. I'll be right back.
Listen, I think you do have an argument. Okay, hold on, John.
Okay.
John, you have an argument.
Yeah.
This shit gets good.
We could have said, and I've done this at times, like, you know, like with something with like some of the Louis C.K. stuff. I said, you know, Louis, I mean, I'm not in touch with him in the same way I was, but Louis was a friend of mine, and I know this from a different perspective. I don't want to weigh in on it.
No fucking way. I did not know that. What a pathetic, spineless leech. Louis C.K. wouldn't pick up the fucking phone for you, and you're still too much of a coward to say, yeah, that fool's a fucking creep. He's a fucking creep because you know deep inside Sam's like, maybe if enough people abandon Louis C.K., maybe he'll give me a call and put me on. Maybe Hollywood, maybe it's not too late, baby. Maybe, just maybe. Homie would take a call from Weinstein. Fucking A. Wow. And now I'm wondering, why did your wife divorce you, Sam Cedar? Did she caught you partying with Louis C.K.?
And I suppose that, you know, Emma could have said, I'm not going to talk anything about it whatsoever. But it's not like, but hold on, John. Hold on.
Okay.
The responsibility we have, okay, in talking about this stuff, and I don't even like, you know, like I like going after right wingers, but when I do a segment on Jimmy Dore, or when I do a segment on, you know, Steven Crowder, I like there to be something in there that I can also, that is around an issue that I can pivot off.
Trans rights?
There are times we're not, you know, 100% faithful to that. There are times where we like dip into like, what's the psychology behind this?
Trans
you know, like
rights?
a guy like Dave Rubin is just such a joke that we would do that for a while.
Trans rights?
I don't see as my responsibility to provide the TYT report. Okay?
I'm not
and
saying,
hold on, John. Let me finish.
Let him finish strawmanning you, John.
And it is
John, let him finish strawmanning you so he could explain to his audience how he cannot dedicate the rest of his life to covering TYT. Because clearly, John, that's what you're saying. You're saying that Sam Cedar, the majority report, should change it to the TYT report, right? That's why you called in. You called in to tell Sam Cedar to abandon all his political coverage and solely focus on TYT. That is clearly an honest, good faith interpretation of what you were trying to call out in them covering for anti-experience transphobia. Obviously, it's very clear. I mean, anyone with two brain cells, it makes sense that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying, John, that you were asking for too much. Shout out to John. Mind you, because there's no way that Sam Cedar is trying to mischaracterize you to his audience in real fucking time. Maybe it's Karen. In order to cover himself and his employee, Emma. Mind you, the majority report. Actually, no, that'll be cheating. Let's just go to their channel. Let's go to their videos. How far down do we have to go to get here? How far down do I have to go to get here? There's a bit ago. Let's see here. Or did they drop it in their second channel? Seven days ago?
Bankrolled to talk in the face. The anti.
But I know the Vanguard was on this as well. Five days ago, Sam Seder brutally roast Anna Kasparian. 5 days ago, Emma Vigeland response to Anna Kasparian. Oh, that's a 3 months ago. 12 days ago. Eight days ago. 5 days ago. Yeah, and then 12 days ago. From a month ago too. It's crazy, huh? That before it became popular. Before it became popular, Sam's like, I can't cover that. I'm not gonna follow all that. Then it gets popular to hate on TYT, and suddenly, boom, there's clicks to be made. Fuck loyalty, right? Hirotsu. I gotta watch what I say, but tune in and on Thursdays and report back, Hirotsu, on what you think about Brandon. And you'll realize real quick why Sam Cedars cool with having him on the show and why Emma Vigeland's comfortable co-hosting with him. All right, let's go over this here.
We have breaking news for you. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested late last night on federal charges tied to a protest earlier this month at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Lemon says he was reporting as a journalist when demonstrators interrupted a service to protest immigration enforcement. A magistrate judge previously rejected the case against him, but prosecutors later sought and obtained his arrest. Lemon was taken into custody in Los Angeles and is scheduled to appear in federal court this morning. His lawyer, Abby Lowell, calls the prosecution an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. We have Lisa Rubin here.
When I first heard about this, I was like, holy shit. It's happening, it's going down. The next stage of fascism is here. Then I'm like, wait, Don Lemon. I'm like, why him? Like, what the fuck? What is a bigger goal here? And it really does all feel like they're hyping all these individuals, including the Democratic Party, up to defeat the fascist takeover so that these political figureheads and these politicians from the liberal Democratic side can basically ride this fucking wave of, hey, we defeated fascism, to normalize and commit some of the most awful atrocities we've seen. Why am I saying this? Why am I saying this outrageous conspiracy theory? I don't know, 4 years of Biden, where he carried out against, genocide against Palestinians. And what were all the fucking liberals saying? It's better than Trump. Well, we can't have Trump back. Everyone refused to call it a genocide until the administration approved it. Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez is a prime example of that. She refused to call it. She kept saying the G word or that word, right? She kept saying that word instead of calling it a genocide. She did not call it a genocide until she got approval by Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris to call it a genocide. So everybody played their part. Everybody played their role. And what I'm wondering now, full on conspiracy, 100%, you could fucking call me out on it. is if they're just setting up these figures to be our fucking saviors. They did it last time. 4 years of Trump got us Biden being able to carry out a genocide of Palestinians through the Zionist proxy. Without the boogeyman of Donald Trump. And mind you, that's also, and not to diminish the Palestinian genocide, Biden was able to sweep the pandemic in a way that
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a
Trump
problem?
couldn't. Again, the more effective evil, as Glenn Ford told us, is the Democratic Party. Major Lasers, thank you for the super chat. Georgia Ford was also arrested. She's an independent journalist who lives in the area for reporting inside the church too. Yeah, no, that's I got that queued up over here from Breakthrough News. And here's the larger thing about it. These are going to be the figureheads that we're going to be pushed towards us. Meanwhile, real journalists, real reporters, like Georgia Ford, them getting disappeared, them getting taken by the state, that's going to be normalized. And it's to the point that my larger concern is, and again, call me conspiracy theories, that's fine, is that the only reason they took Don Lemon, who is more than happy to play his role in the establishment, who is more than happy to cover for the Democrats, is more than happy to vilify the black community, is more than happy to do all these things, to be a comprador through and through, so that the noise and the concerns over real journalists like Georgia Ford goes under the radar, gets dismissed. Because how the fuck are you going to tell me that Mumia, who has been a political prisoner for decades, and Don Lemon, who is currently a political prisoner, are both equals, are both equally being targeted by the state? It makes no sense to me. I am not concerned or worried for Don Lemon at all. I don't think this is going to be an Illuminati sacrifice. I got to tune in to Crime Thoughts. In second thought, I wonder if they even would. Prince Solomon and something with an S. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I spelled it wrong. So what was I saying? Three days ago, I was gonna say, I wonder if they're gonna cover it. No, I can't play that. I can't play that. Chill out. Why do I always forget their name? And of course, it might be too cool to post it. Let me just look up Crime Thoughts host. Does anybody know? Anybody a real fan like I'm pretending to be? Man. Oh well. I'll just play a little bit of their show. They have the best PSA too. Wait, is this just a song or what the fuck?
Some of the What's up, everybody? This is your man Pete Solo back in the building again. Prince Solomon on deck, folks. Thought crimes are the voices you are listening to, and some of the things people are listening to right now, of course, is ASAP Rocky has dropped J. Cole has dropped it in 2626. There we go. Better yet, Rocky. He's bringing the Edward Scissorhand energy. He's bringing the Tim Burton energy. All we need, Sin, is Michelle Pfeiffer.
Sincere. I said it was with an S. I said it was with an S. Anyways, Crime Thoughts is I cannot co-sign that one, but it is one of my favorite kind of like, yeah, like just one of my favorite shows to listen to. I don't know how to, I'm guilty, you know, guilty. The reason why I bring that up is because they do a lot of the breakdowns of like, is this an Illuminati? Is there something higher going? Not in a sincere, funny enough, in a sincere way, but very much. I wouldn't say that. I don't want to be disrespectful to the fact that they do actually believe in like numerology, and they actually do sincerely, believe in. They put a lot of weight into that type of shit. So yeah. I listened to ASAP's new song today. Which one? Because he dropped the whole album. It's catchy. I'll say that much. It's catchy. It's a catchy album. I never really cared for, honestly, anybody in the ASAP crew. But yeah. David says, Ole also loves the Vanguard. She was in their live chat all the fucking time. I'm not surprised that she likes simple white men. Not surprised whatsoever. I'm not shocked at all, bro. Let's continue with this. So I guess the reason why I brought up Crime Thoughts, I don't think that Don Lemon is going to be sacrificed to the Illuminati, gods or whatever. I'm not worried about him. If something were to happen to Don Lemon while in custody, which again, I want to be very clear, I think it's regardless of whatever shit I'm spewing over here, he should not be locked up. And while Obama and other presidents targeted actual whistleblowers, actual journalists, and while this may be performative, I think that if anything were to happen to Don Lemon while in custody, unjustly in custody, and the Democratic Party doesn't fucking hit the red button, what more do you want, bro? What more evidence do you want, right?
Molly John Fax joining us. But Jonathan Lemire, can we go through a little more what happened in St. Paul in the church, so then Lisa can break down these charges and how it all matches up?
Yeah, we'll lean on her legal expertise in just a moment. But Don Lemon is now an independent journalist, no longer at CNN. He was in Minnesota covering the protests following the two shooting deaths there of Renee Good and then Alex Pretty. This one on January 18th in St. Paul, so just over the river from Minneapolis, protesters went inside a church. They were disruptive to this service. We'll get to Lisa in a moment as to why that would be a charge here. But Don Lemon, to remind viewers, is someone who Donald Trump has criticized repeatedly in the past. Lemon has been pretty tough on Trump. He has called him names. He frequently calls him a liar. Lemon is someone that Trump has gone after on Truth Social and the like for many years. He's always been an object of some ridicule in the MAGA movement. But what is so important here is this is
Major Lazer. Ole isn't all that progressive. Still love her though. We haven't talked about it in a while, but we normally talk about like pretty privilege. Ole is objectively like just beautiful, right? Amazing smile, seems to have very contagious energy. And I'm not saying that's why, maybe not consciously, but maybe subconsciously, it's just certain people that we recognize as we can recognize their shortcomings, but we can't really explain why you still fuck with them, why you still enjoy their content or not. Sometimes it really does boil down to, and I think this in large part would describe whatever few intelligent individuals are in Hassan's audience, is bro, like attractive people are just pleasant to listen to and hear and watch, and that's just the way it is. It's as simple and as primitive as the respect that we have for people who are taller. It's just, you know what, we're never gonna have a short king as president. It's just not gonna happen.
This is what matters, is that Lemon says, and we will see if it is the truth, but Lemon says he was acting as a journalist. He was not participating in the protest. He was covering the protest.
That was my question.
And if that is the case, if that's the case, that is indeed a chilling moment here for a journalist in the United States of America doing his job as a journalist and being charged for it. That is not.
Did he conduct interviews inside the? I mean, I know the protest was happening, and so he followed the protest in to cover the story. At any point, did he take part in?
Yeah, we'll see if we have footage here, but he did.
No, he was just there to get clicks, to get views, and then interview the individuals. I don't think he gives a fuck about politics. I don't think Don Lemon gives a shit about politics. I don't think he believes in anything other than being in front of a camera.
He interviewed some of the protesters. He interviewed some of the parishioners. He interviewed, I think he tried to talk to the minister at one point, right. Which was perhaps disruptive in that moment. But
I am not 5'9", homie. I am the average bean height of 5'8". I started wearing, I found like some Nikes that I had, because I wear boots. That's all I wear is just boots. And then I remember that I had bought Nikes years ago when I thought about finally going to the gym, like not actually training martial arts and go to the gym, because it's just so much more affordable and more convenient in terms of your time, because you're not adhering to a class schedule. And it just wasn't for me. It's so fucking boring. And so I never really used, because I got, flat shoes to lift. And I never really used them. And I can't use them to run. And I don't really like them in general. But then I feel bad for just having these shoes here that I kind of forgot about. Like, that's fucking some rich kid shit. So I'm using them now around the house, which is not convenient, but I need to put them to use somehow. But it reminded me that I would joke around that I'm like, I don't even like wearing boots. I just need the extra lift. But height has never been something I've been insecure about. Mainly because like we're not that tall in general, but also because in martial arts, I was always like in a weird age group where I couldn't be paired up with people that were younger than me, because the gap was too much. So they would throw me with people that were older than me, despite the gap being equivalent. And so because of that, they were always taller and bigger than me. And so quickly my brain started developing methods and styles of dealing with that height and reach advantage. And so I think because I did that at such a young age, I didn't glorify height the way that a lot of men do. Or aspire to height. I don't know. Like it wasn't really a factor to me. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, I got to get in the inside. I got to maneuver this way. You're probably going to be a little bit slower. So maybe I could, Jesus Christ, Maggie. That's wild. No, thank you. But okay. But yeah, I just never had that. But I do wear boots and it does make me look taller, but that is not the goal, the objective. They're just so like much easier to deal with. Like you're gonna go through shoes. If you take care of your boots, you're set. You're fucking set. Shoes, even if you take care of them, regular ass shoes, you're gonna go through them. It's gonna happen. And before, when I was younger, all I would wear is fucking Chucks. That's it. Black and white. That's it. Nothing fancy. Nothing fancy. All right. What the fuck am I talking about shoes, y'all?
Again, he's acting as
a journalist.
And Lisa, let's talk about what charge is being levied here and your opinion as to why this is so important.
Let's talk about what we don't know. We know that Don Lemon is still in federal custody right now as we speak. But my understanding is no charges have been filed and unsealed. Don Lemon and his legal team don't even know when he'll make his initial appearance at a Los Angeles federal court this morning. That having been said, Jonathan, based on the criminal complaint and affidavit that were filed when authorities tried to get initial charges against Don Lemon to stick, I can tell you that it appears that the federal government is pursuing charges under what's called the FACE Act. And the FACE Act is something that folks who follow the reproductive justice movement are very familiar with because it most commonly has been used to prosecute people who block access to reproductive health clinics, who sit there and physically block it. But the FACE Act also prohibits interfering by force with the right to religious worship. And this is an administration who has said they won't use the FACE Act to prosecute crimes of the first type, and they are going to start to use the FACE Act to prosecute crimes of the second. When you look at the affidavit that was filed in that criminal complaint, originally against 8 people, only 3 of them were eventually charged, there is lots of recitation about what Don Lemon allegedly did during that church protest.
And you know, what Adams passed last minute and kind of what Mamdani endorsed about protests in religious spaces in order to protect the Zionist institutions covering as religious spaces in order to colonize Palestine. This is the concern. This is a concern of what's going to happen to real journalists, as we're going to go over shortly, of what's going to happen to activists. This is going to propel Don Lemon's career like to the next fucking level. This is probably the best thing that could have happened to him if he makes it out alive. No, but seriously, this is the best thing that could happen to Don Lemon's career. What happened after he got fired of CNN? What happened after he got fired from CNN? What was his next big thing? Well, who was he willing to work with? Elon Musk. We went over that here. He was ready to kiss ass to Elon Musk and lend legitimacy and credibility to Elon Musk's attempt to make X, Twitter, right, a legitimate like news outlet to compete with Substack, right? But because they're so used to having individuals to kissing their asses, and Don Lemon will do that, but will pretend to be provocative or pretend to be an actual journalist and have some hard-hitting questions, but it's not even that. They're just a little heavier than the light questions that they're used to getting was sufficient enough for the fragile ego of Elon Musk to toss him over.
I'm afraid of like talking
Thank you for
to
subscribing.
people who are outside of my race.
Appreciate it. I don't know, that one's my favorite, or the Emma Vigeland one is my favorite, but it's so fucking funny, man. So with that in mind, like, I do think that his career is gonna like just after this just blow up, man, because he's gonna literally say I was a political prisoner. It doesn't get more, like, you can't really get more credibility than that as a journalist. And what did he do? What did he do to earn that? Nothing. Of course he didn't do shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, are we really gonna pretend that Don Lemon and Mumia are in the same fucking like plane of existence, not even like category of journalism? And so that's why sometimes I feel like this is all for show, or maybe I'm giving too much, I'm overthinking it, and Donald Trump is just being petty and wanted an excuse to like make his life more complicated. But in the long run, how do you not realize, like, no, you're giving Don Lemon more attention that he's like gotten in since he left CNN. Well, no, since the Elon interview. Since the Elon interview, have you really heard of Don Lemon in any serious way, in any serious capacity? Of course not. So what is this going to do for Don Lemon's career? That's my question. Nicki Minaj forecasts Don Lemon's arrest? Really? Let me see. That is... What the fuck does she... Do they have a beef that I don't know about? Don Lemon and Nicki? Weesh. Wait, what the fuck?
So people have been asking me about.
Oh, so Nicki posts. Whoa. Don Lemon is disgusting. How dare you? I want that thug in jail. He would never do that to any other religion. Lock him up. That thug in jail, bro. Okay, here's the question. Was Nicki Minaj told to put this out? Was Nicki Minaj used to put that out there to see if there was any support from the more conservative members of the Black community to get this done, especially with the significance of, like, you know, the Christian aspect of it all, it being in the church? Was Nicki Minaj used to try and garner some support in this, you know, attack on Don Lemon? But I thought he didn't get out. I thought he was a flight risk. Somebody said it in the chat. Let's see. Was he released? Wait, that Don Lemon isn't his real name? Oh, he did get released. Okay, journalist Don Lemon released from custody following his arrest in connection to Minnesota church. Let's see here. If you give me a fucking ad, yep, of course. Fuck off.
Pfeiffer to show up in leather.
I think that so far, Don't Be Dumb.
Oh, he's like talking. See, how many viewers does he have? He has 24,000 people watching.
So plainly put out.
But okay, so somebody's on the show for him. Does he usually do these numbers? Does he usually do these numbers? Oh. Hey, bro. Makes perfect fucking sense, man. Your husband is a Zionist opportunist profiting off the fucking murder and genocide of Palestinians. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Three minutes, maybe this one.
Former CNN anchor and a former colleague of mine and friend, Don.
That's a misdemeanor, and you know the idea that Don Lemon, as a journalist, has now been.
Or they were. That is.
Wait, where's the video of him being released? I guess. Yeah, whatever. Let me go back to it. I should have just played it. Let's see. Two independent journalists, Don Lemon and Georgia Ford, have been criminally charged in connection with a protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. First Amendment advocate and civil rights organizations condemned the arrest and argued that President Donald Trump is trying to...
I will not... I've spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court. Thank you all.
Yeah, Ashley Knuckles asks, has Georgia been released? Georgia Fort. That is my main concern. Not only that, the fact that this motherfucker didn't mention her, and knowing how much more attention he got and will continue to get in comparison to his peer, to his colleague, his journalistic colleague, and a black woman. Donald Trump has consistently targeted black women. So like shit like this pisses me off because I'm like, bro, like use your platform correctly. Use the attention you're getting. This is the best thing that's ever happened to your career. Georgia Fort might not recover from this. Let's see here. First Amendment advocates and civil rights organizations condemn the arrest and argue that President Donald Trump is trying to chill press freedom in the U.S. Lemon and Fort were live streaming as dozens of anti-immigration and custom enforcement protesters rushed into City Church on January 18th, interrupting the church service and leading to tense confrontations. I'm pretty sure we went over it on stream. Attorney General Pat Bondi said 4 people were arrested early Friday in connection with the coordinated attack at the church. The other 2 individuals Bondi named were Taranjean Crew and Jamil Lindell Lundy. Lemon, a former CNN anchor who now hosts his own show on YouTube and other platforms, was released from custody after appearing in federal court in Los Angeles on Friday afternoon. Lemon appeared in court wearing a tan double. Why do I give a fuck what he's wearing? Why do I care what he's fucking wearing? What is the point of telling me what his fucking clothing attire is? I'm only whispering because I want to yell from the top of my fucking lungs. I want to hurt your ears. I don't want to ruin this mic. I don't want to burst your fucking eardrums. Why are you describing this fucking attire to me? But yes, he does look great. Lemon appeared in court wearing a tan double-breasted suit and matching t-shirt. His husband was present in the gallery. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that this might be fucking homophobic, bro. It reads a little homophobic. You're going out of your way to tell me about his attire, and then you're like, and his husband was there. Like, why combine those two, right? I don't know. I'm probably overthinking it, but what the fuck, man? This is a very serious felony. This is a very serious felony, the federal prosecutor said in court, adding Lemon knowingly joined a mob to storm into a church. The prosecutor said Lemon told his audience the protest purpose was to make the experience traumatic and uncomfortable for the congregants. Prosecutors requested a $1,000 bail bond and argued Lemon needed conditions to ensure he wouldn't feel emboldened to do something similar while waiting trial. In arguing for Lemon's release, his defense attorney said the journalist needed to travel to work and pointed to Lemon's 59 years of nonviolent conduct. The defense attorney said Lemon intended to fight the case. Lemon was released on his own recognizance. His defense attorney agreed he would have no contact with known witnesses, victims, or co-defendants. Under the conditions set by the court, Lemon must get approval for any foreign travel. The judge approved a trip to Europe he has planned in June. God damn it. I try not to be conspiratorial. I really do. Like, my goal is not to be like, oh shit, I'm seeing it. It's all adding up. Best thing to happen to him for his fucking career since getting fired from CNN. Best fucking thing. Most attention he's gotten since the Elon interview. And you're gonna tell me it's like, oh, you had a trip to Europe? No worries. Ah, man. I don't buy it, bro. I don't buy it. I want to be like, yeah, Donald Trump is that much of a fascist, this and that, or he's that petty, is this and that. I want to focus on the fact that, he's a black man and he's being targeted by the state. I want to do that shit. The judge approved a trip to Europe he had planned in June. God, my God, bro. Oh, man. They did. I think they only arrested black journalists. Yeah. Oh, man. I want to take this shit serious. I really do. In terms of just Don Lemon, right? But I'm more concerned and was concerned since the jump about Georgia 4. According to the unsealed grand jury indictment, Lemon is being charged with 2 federal crimes: conspiracy to violate someone's constitutional right and violating the FACE Act, which prohibits the use of force or threats to intentionally interfere with someone expressing their First Amendment right to practice religion. Okay. Brittany says, I've seen people accused of worse get travel approval as long as they aren't considered flight risk. Okay. All right. I want to be wrong. I really do. I want to be wrong. Like, no. So, like I was saying earlier, I don't think like he asked to be incarcerated. Although I think if you gave him the option, he would say yes, please. Again, to play that up, I believe that Georgia 4 and what I've read from her or about her, and just today alone, she's somebody that cares for her community and is involved in a real journalistic manner. Whereas Don Lemon, I mean, look how good he looks. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't break kayfabe on what? On what? Bog, I need more cold brew. All right. Lowell said, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing the administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. The indictment alleges that Lemon and Ford took part in a takeover-style attack of the St. Paul Church, along with 20 to 40 other people who allegedly intimidated and threatened the congregation. Prosecutors claimed that Lemon met with other co-defendants prior to the event for a prepare operation briefing, and that he tried to keep parts of the operation secret, including by reminding others not to reveal certain information ahead of the protest. So even if he were to do that, I don't think they're guilty of anything. But what I will say is, not as an activist, but as a like a narcissist fucking driven by their ego, I could see Don Lemon being like, hey guys, remember. You know what I mean? Like, not out of like goodwill or good intention, just like trying to just like, I'm here, like hey, although I doubt that he did that to begin with. Like, I don't think he cares enough to do that. But if he did, I think it was his ego that drove him to do it. Not his concern for the well-being of the protesters. The indictment further alleges that Lemon and others attempted to intimidate the church's pastor and obstruct his movements. The filing also alleges that Lemon confronted congregants at the church's main door, obstructing their attempt to leave the building. Yeah, he kidnapped them, bro. Legal experts interviewed on CNN pointed out likely weaknesses in the government's case and predicted that Lemon would prevail. Justice will prevail. Ford's family members demanded her immediate release at a press conference in Minneapolis. This is what I had queued up for that. Right here. Although now I feel like this is a little outdated.
If you have questions.
What's the charges that they're actually bringing up against her?
Good question.
Good question, right?
Very good question. We do not know at this moment. We can only speculate, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it was just before, a little bit before 6 a.m., so there's very limited information.
Perhaps for the family of the couple, have you had a chance to speak with her since the patients?
She said at this time, no, for those of you who
Have any of you guys had a chance to?
No, we have not. Not since the arrest.
Has the government contacted you at all?
Excuse me?
Has the government contacted you at all with any information?
No, we just know that there's a 1:30 hearing next door across the street.
And a 1 p.m. rally.
And I just want to say something. I want to give a special shout out to Ricardo Media. He's been out here putting a lot of work in as well. And I with that as well. And also, people has.
He's like, yo, bro. He's like, no. I know I'm being dumb as fuck, but like, he's like, yo, they're locking up journalists. Like, maybe do not in the press conference praise me right now. Like, yo, chill, dog. Like, no, I love that. And that's one of the reasons why I did want to make sure to highlight Georgia 4 is because this is the type of community that, you know, she's coming from. This is the type of support that she has. Compare this to Don Lemon. It's completely fucking two different fucking worlds, where it's like, hey, like, we are journalists, we care about our community, we're doing the work, and we got people showing up for each other and support. But I just thought it was funny because the heat's on and it's like, you guys forgot. Yeah.
Went to his house and basically threatened his life, so his life is on the line as well. So all these sycophants individuals that's coming out there, independent journalists, we have to pay attention to be well and have security around us at all times. And thank you all, everybody, for your work. But thank you.
How will this affect caucus coming up February 3rd?
How will it affect caucuses? That's on y'all. That's meaning that's the community's call as to how this affects caucus. I expect the community to do what the community does.
I will say it is time for everybody to organize.
Yeah.
On all political spectrums. We need everybody to show up and organize at every single caucus.
Yeah.
When you show up, they can't talk about you.
Yeah.
When you show up, you make a decision. So we need everybody to work and organize, and Minnesotans are doing that, so we need everybody to stand up. And I just want to add one thing. I know most of the local, I don't know the other reporters, I know most of the local reporters. I know you're incredible people. I hope today, as you talk about this, you have an opportunity for the first time not to be covering. You are being covered. So I hope you share to the public what it would mean if you were pulled out this morning at 6 a.m.
Exactly.
and your institution was targeted. You were targeted. And to the national press, you do your job as well. But I know some of the local reporters, and I know how difficult it is because Georgia was not just an independent journal. She was among you in many of those corporate media.
Is. We're going to speak in present tense.
So
she is.
She is. So stand with her today and make sure that the headline is not the type of headline that you've allowed for a long time. The headline should be the First Amendment is under attack.
Come on.
That is what's happening. They're coming for the first, not the second, the first.
That's good.
Prior to these arrests, the judge refused to sign the warrant.
Exactly.
And then in a video, we see Georgia interacting with the agent.
Let me pull up that video of Georgia Fort. Let's see if hopefully they it's on Twitter, but I want the whole thing here. Oh, nice. Okay, okay. Just 2 hours ago. We'll go in order. We'll show the video of her. Even this fucking title is disgusting. Journalist Georgia Ford also.
You hear
like a fucking second thought. But I want to see their video. I'm probably having to go to fucking Twitter. This is what I'm saying. I don't like having Twitter fucking pulled up on everything. And sometimes it is more efficient. I do roast other. You guys are seeing the trash that I love to watch. let me close that out. I've been watching fucking fight videos nonstop, and I'm not even talking about professional fights either. Okay, here it is. This is what happened to Georgia Ford.
Okay. Okay, well, this is really scary. There's kids in the house. You guys have not been really friendly in the community. And to me, this seems a little, can I finish, sir? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Get your phone.
This seems a little bit aggressive to have all these cars in our cul-de-sac, 2, 3 agents, and now I saw the one disappear to the back. So to me, this is a little aggressive to just serve a warrant. Slide the warrant. Let me see the warrant. Okay. And that, to me, what I have been told, is not a judicial warrant that has me to have to open the door for you.
Fucking terrifying. We're not gonna have time to go over that Jacobin article. We're already at 5 hours. I can't do 7 again, y'all. I can't. I'm ashamed of myself. But I appreciate all the support. I sincerely do. Let's wrap up with this over here. Put this up.
And to the media, thank you for standing in solidarity with independent journalists. I know as an independent journalist, I have challenged us to move forward as an industry. But the fact that you guys stood up for me today shows me that we are moving together. And so to all the media who made a statement on behalf of me, thank you so much. As I reflect, as a journalist who has worked in media for more than 17 years, I leave this federal courthouse today with one question. Do we have a constitution?
Or not?
No, we don't look like I should be protected under the First Amendment, just like all of the journalists who I've been advocating for, too. I've been advocating for mainstream media journalists who have been brutalized for months. Do we have a constitution? That is the pressing question that should be on the front of everyone's minds. And so to everybody who showed up today, thank you. Please continue to support the other people who are being charged. Obviously, because there's ongoing litigation, there is not much that I can say beyond what I'm saying now. But amplifying the truth, documenting what is happening in our community is not a crime. And the questions that were asked a few weeks ago on a Sunday morning by concerned community members, those questions still need to be answered. And as a journalist, I am committed to continuing to follow the story until their questions are answered. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. So glad that that they're safe.
Anniversary of.
Yeah, no, I don't give a fuck. All right, so let's see this. Let's see the drama behind this.
So people have been asking me about.
Thank you, Ashley Knuckles. Yeah. See how she speaks for the other folks locked up. Yep. And Don only spoke about himself. Just note that. Exactly what I was just trying to get across. That's all I was trying to get across. Is nothing made Don Lemon happier than seeing those pigs at his doorstep. While you could hear the real, true, honest fear and concern. And the extended video, you know, especially with the children in the house that Georgia Fort was experiencing. I promise you, Don Lemon was fucking ecstatic about the impact this is going to have in a positive sense to his career. He's forever going to be able to say that he was a political prisoner. And I wouldn't be surprised if after the Trump administration, this lands him a job back at a major institution. I don't know about CNN, but definitely something like MSNBC. They're always desperate for talent. So keep that in mind. I mean, depending on how bad Republicans get stomped out in the next presidential election, I wouldn't even rule out a spot on Fox News if they're trying to, like, you know, really fucking play up the fact that, like, they're going to switch things up, because there isn't going to be another Trump for quite some time. There is not going to be another Trump for quite some time. And the Republican Party, you know, if we're looking at Newsom, if we're looking at Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, as, you know, the next ones to take up the mantle for the Democratic Party, I don't think the Republican Party has anybody that can match their charisma on stage. I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about just their presence, their stage presence. When I talk about, you know, pretty privileged, Gavin Newsom is an attractive white man, tall as fuck. Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, an attractive brown woman. So I just don't know if the Republican Party has anybody in the docket. It's definitely not J.D. Vance. Definitely not J.D. Vance to compete against them. So we'll see.
Responding to Nicki Minaj's unhinged, homophobic tweet about me. I usually don't respond to this stuff, but let me just say this. Nicki Minaj, stop talking about shit for which you know nothing about. This is out of your depth, by the way, and you are a homophobic bigot.
Keep hip hop alive, but who is the individual on the shirt?
You don't care about African Americans, and you're not an African American. From what I know, you are reportedly an undocumented citizen, so you should be deported under Donald Trump's rules. And the other thing is that your family member.
Whoa, bro, that took a fucking turn, dog. Look, hey, like, gloves off, you know, full on petty. Smart move to go the ADOS route. Smart move to go the FBA route. Look, hey, look, we're talking about fucking playing dirty. Regardless of whatever positive things he's going to do to his career, like, on the personal shit, like, if somebody sticks the fucking state on you, the feds on you, then, and you want to get a little fucking feisty, hey, you know, all fair in love and war, right? That is wild to just go that route immediately. Fuck it. Fuck it. That was unexpected. But like I said, he doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't believe anything.
Stop talking about shit for which you know nothing about. This is out of your depth, by the way, and you are a homophobic bigot. You don't care about African Americans, and you're not an African American. From what I know, you are reportedly an undocumented citizen, so you should be deported under Donald Trump's rules. And the other thing is that your family members, you have one family member who is reportedly a sex offender, the other family member, your husband or whatever, a sex offender is your husband, and one of them is reportedly a pedophile. Yep. And you have nerve to talk about me and what you think that I do, Nicki Minaj, get a life. Stop being a pick-me. You should have put a pick-me doll on that damn tweet instead of a Chucky doll, because you are nothing but a pick-me. And I choose not to pick you. And so should black people, and so should gay people. Shouldn't buy your music. Clock that.
I'm gonna be honest that you can't go full fucking xenophobic and then don't buy her music, or like it fucking went down. It went down. Like if you're gonna go full on fucking xenophobe, double, quadruple down, do that shit. But that was really, really disappointing there. That ending was really disappointing. I wonder if he in real time, but also why post this if it's not live? Like I wonder if real time he's like, oh, I kind of like I went a little too far that way. And also, like, if you know that her husband is an abuser and her brother's a pedophile, a predator, why not focus in on that? Why go the xenophobic route? All right. Yeah, no, that's why I'm like, hey, Major Lazer, that's why I'm not like grabbing, clutching my pearls because he went the xenophobic route. Like I'm saying, like if you're gonna talk shit, like, and you're gonna go all out, don't be fucking, crying about it later. And I don't judge people based on when the gloves are off on both ends. Like if both parties are saying like, hey, no hold bar, I'm not judging you if you go for a low blow. Like I'm just like, hey, you both agreed. Eye gouging, hey, you both agreed. Fish hooking, hey, you both agreed, right? But that shit was a little weak, I'm not gonna lie. It kind of just plummeted. Like just fucking up the ante. Whatever, man. Like I said, he doesn't believe anything, so I really don't care what occurs or happens to him. Let's see, where are we at? Oh shit, that's a wrap. Did we actually cover everything? All right, fuck it. We're 5 hours in. Give me one quick minute, and then we'll read a little bit of Open Minds in Latin America, and then we'll kick it at the Discord for like 30 minutes. We're at 5 hours, y'all. Not my intention, not my goal. I do not know what's happening. I'm getting too comfortable. Maybe subconsciously knowing I don't have a vehicle for transportation, I'm like, you ain't going nowhere anyway. You ain't going nowhere anyways, bro. So sit your ass down and fucking stream. Stream, boy, stream. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but we're gonna read a little bit of Open Minds Latin America. It's not gonna be too much, don't hate me. It's just I did start off the stream reading from Urugu, so yeah. Give me 1 second and we'll get back to it. Man. Where are we at? That's fine. It's very clear. I mean, anyone with 2 brain cells, it makes sense that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying, John, that you were asking for too much. Because there's no way that Sam Sage is trying to mischaracterize you to his audience in real fucking time in order to cover himself and his employee, Emma Vigeland. Yeah.
Not like Emma has hidden the fact that she used to be on TYT, that she works with TYT, that they're a friend of hers. So everybody has like this full disclosure. When I talk about Matt Taibbi, I make it clear. Matt used to be a friend of mine. Matt did part of his podcast. When he started his podcast with Green, they did it out of this office. And
that's never stopped you from talking shit.
And to the extent that I make any speculation as to what he's doing, I do it based upon what my firsthand knowledge is. I have no firsthand knowledge of what Anna or Cenk. And to the extent that Emma does, like, She said what she's comfortable with. I didn't see, what her responses were. I was out of town. But maybe the issue is like you want the show to do something differently than it is. That's not our responsibility.
I feel like this is a disingenuous framing because I want the show's addressed it 3 times, never put up a single tweet, never mentioned the fact that she's liking tweets from trans folks.
I don't know what she's liking tweets.
I know that you don't know that. I know that you don't know that, but your viewers, people are pointing it out. I tried to hop in your YouTube chat last week to tell viewers who don't know this, and your mods muted me.
Okay.
Because people don't know this.
Okay.
Bro, their mods? Their fucking mods are in a cult. Any criticism, no matter how legitimate it is, out.
People aren't on Twitter. They don't know this. And her birthing person inclusive language shit goes back to February of 2022 when Sandy Lovis went on TYT and explained it to them. So when this whole grift happened, it was Sandy is a MR contributor and was writing on Twitter about my whole point is,
your point is that I have not done enough homework on monitoring her tweets, and I'm telling you that's not my job. That's not my job. I know you want it to be my job, but it's not my job. I can't go through every single YouTuber and give an assessment.
You could raise your YouTube comments where people said this kind of stuff.
Wait, dude, do you think, let me ask you a question. Do you think that I have the time to go through all of our YouTube comments?
I mean, you could go through a fraction of them.
Well, which fraction? Which fraction should I go through?
My point is,
just yours.
You guys run a business, and that's fine. But you act.
It's not a business. This is not a business decision.
It's not a business. The Majority Report is not a fucking business. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Hey, holy shit! Everybody, the Majority Report is not a fucking business. Please, the Majority Report is not a business. Everyone, the Majority Report is not a business. People, the Majority Report is not a business. Everyone, please listen. The Majority Report is not a business. I don't know what made you think that the Majority Report is a business, but you are a fool. You are wrong to think that the Majority Report is a business. Fucking A.
This is not a business decision at all. That's what I resent, is the implication that somehow I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of offending TYT or somebody else. I'm saying I'm not going to read every YouTube comment.
Yes. You never even explained properly why the inclusive language was important. You went about
what? Are you serious?
Yes, because Sam,
You're saying that on this program I've never said why inclusive language is important?
I never said that you. Okay, what I'm saying is, and what trans people were saying is, the malicious compliance aspect of what insurance companies will do to them, and how dysphoria will keep. You talked about it as sort of this polite thing, like it doesn't cost me anything to use inclusive language. That's great, but it costs trans people their lives when the language is not used.
Well, wait. I didn't just say it cost me nothing to use inclusive language. I'm saying that's one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is I'm talking about almost on a daily basis. We talk on this program about the legislation that is happening in almost over 20 states. We talk about the attacks on trans people. We talk about what it does to trans kids. I mean, I'm sorry if we're not doing the job you want us to do in policing Anna's tweets or Jank's tweets or anybody else's tweets, and I'm not reading enough YouTube comments for you. But
they've been running a 3-year grift at this point. It's pretty obvious.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm not saying it's obvious to you. It's not obvious to me.
It's obvious to a lot of people that they've been running a right-wing for 3 years at this point.
Good. I mean, you just want me to do something different than the show is doing.
Nope, not at all. You know why? He's full of fucking shit, because the moment it became popular, that's exactly what they did. The moment it became popular, that's exactly what they fucking did. But the fucking cowards, unprincipled, careerists, the same reason that Emma Vigeland sided with Cenk Uygur over the unionization efforts at TYT is the same reason why Sam Seder waited to the last minute to call out that fucking turf, Emma Vigeland. And a Kasparian, same fucking difference. A careerist is a careerist. God damn it, bro. Can't stand these fucking people. Let's see here. Where did we leave off? Let's see. It's not. Damn it. All right, chat. Too much fun. Too much fun. Too much fun. Boom. Hey, mambo. Mambo Italiano. Hey, mambo. Oh, well, that's the cover, but who remembers where we left off? I think it was like something with gold. Let's see. I know we finished the introduction. I think we got, I want to say page like, let's see, lust for gold and silver, maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. Was it this? No. What we read through this because the hill was moving on the sea. The cannons exploded. They crave gold like hungry swine. I think we read that one. Yeah. Oh, is it this one? The silver cycle? The splendors of Potosi? Yeah. No, they're opportunists. They're opportunists through and through. Awesome. Okay, cool. Let me take a sip of my cafecito over here. I was gonna say cold brew. Look, I'm not wealthy. I'm a blue collar worker. I can't do it like Diallo does it. I can't get a what did he get? His chai latte with what's his soy almond oat milk, right? Working class guy like myself, a blue collar worker, has to do homemade cold brew with with a splash of oat milk. Yeah. All right, let's get to it. I'll just read it here. I was gonna read it on the my little helper over here, but on page 18. I don't think y'all understand how like bad my eyesight is. All right. All right. We're lined up. Cool. Awesome. Mic check. Ha ha ha. A vegan soy chai latte. I gotta do a dirty chai. It's gotta have some espresso in that shit. 1 2 1 2. What you gonna do? All right. Open mains in Latin America. Yeah, saben. All right. Like I said, I try to keep my books in good condition. Not too bad. You know, this one's edited the fuck out. Annotated, I should say. I love that we know his like. That's how you know we're fucking like fans, I guess, right? Like we know his order. Again, long live, earn your liberation. The fact that he said that during the revolution that he was gonna manage to like secure an espresso machine had me fucking dying. Because in my head, I'm just thinking of him like running around holding this giant ass machine. All right. Let's get to it. Where are we at? Well, I don't really have space this way. The silver cycle, the splendors of Potosi. They say that even the horses were shod with silver in the great days of the city of Potosi. The church altars and the wings of cherubim in processions for the Corpus Christi celebration in 1658 were made of silver. The streets from the cathedral to the church of the Rosoletos were completely resurfaced with silver bars. In Potosi, the silver built temples and palaces, monasteries, and gambling dens. It prompted tragedies and fiestas, led to the spilling of blood and wine, fired avarice, and unleashed extravagance and adventure. The sword and the cross marched together in the conquest and plunder of Latin America, and captains and ascetics, knights, and evangelists, evangelists, soldiers, and monks came together in Potosi to help themselves to its silver, molded into cones and ignogs. The viscera of Cerro Rico, the rich hill, subsequently fed the development of Europe. Worth a Peru was the highest possible praise of a person or a thing after Pizarro took Cusco. But once the cerro had been discovered, Don Quixote de la Mancha changed the words. Worth a Potosi, he says to Sancho. This jugular vein of the Viceroyalty, America's fountain of silver, had 120,000 inhabitants by the census of 1573. Only 28 years had passed since the city sprouted out of the Andean wilderness, and already, as if by magic, it had the same population as London and more than Seville, Madrid, Rome, or Paris. A new census in 1650 gave Potosi a population of 160,000. It was one of the world's biggest and richest cities, 10 times bigger than Boston, at a time when New York had not even begun to call itself by that name. Potosi history did not begin with the Spaniards. Before the conquest, the Inca, Huayna Capac, had heard his vassal talk of the Sumash Orco, the beautiful hill, and he was finally able to see it when, having fallen ill, he had himself taken to the thermal springs of Tarapaya. From the straw hut village of Cantumarca, the Inca's eyes contemplated for the first time that perfect cone which rises proudly between the mountain peaks. He was awestruck by its reddish hues, slender form, and giant size, as people have continued to be through ensuing centuries. But the Inca suspected that it must conceal precious stones and rich metals in its boughs, and he wanted to add new decorations to the temple of the sun in Cusco. The gold and silver that the Incas took from the mines of Colque, Porco, and Andacaba did not leave the kingdom. They were not used commercially, but for the adoration of the gods. Indian miners had hardly dug their flints into the beautiful Cerro's veins of silver when a deep, hollow voice struck them to the ground, emerging as loud as the thunder from the depths of the wilderness. The voice said, Huicha, this is not for you. God is keeping these riches for those who come from afar. The Indians fled in terror, and the Inca, before departing from Cerro, changed his name. It became Potosi, which means to thunder, burst, explode. Those who come from afar took little time in coming, although Huayna Capac was dead by the time the captains of the conquest made their way in. In 1545, the Indian Hulpa, running in pursuit of an escaped llama, had to pass the night in the cerro. It was intensely cold, and he lit a fire. By its light, he saw a white and shining vein, pure silver. The Spanish avalanche was unleashed. Wealth flowed like water. The Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, showed his gratitude by bestowing on Potosi the title of imperial city and a shield with the inscription, I am rich Potosi, treasure of the world, king of the mountains, envy of kings. Only 11 years after Hulpa's discovery, the newborn imperial city celebrated the coronation of Philip II, which 24 days of festivities costing 8 million pesos duros. The Cerro was the most potent of magnets. Hard as life was at its base, at an altitude of nearly 14,000 feet, the place was flooded with treasure. Hunters who took the bitter cold as if it were a tax on the living there, as if it was a tax on living there. Suddenly, a rich and disorderly society burst forth beside the silver, and Potosi became the nerve center of the kingdom. In the words of Viceroy Antonio de Mendoza, by the beginning of the 17th century, it had 36 magnificently decorated churches, 36 gambling houses, and 14 dance academies. Salons, theaters, and fiesta stage setting had the finest tapestries, curtains, Hildrick, embezzled emblazonry, and wrought gold and silver. Multicolored damask. Did I miss something? All right. Enclosed of gold and silver hung from the balconies of houses. Silks and fabrics came from Grenada, Flanders, and Calabria. Hats from Paris and London. Diamonds from Ceylon. Precious stones from India. Pearls from Panama. Stockings from Naples. Crystals from Venice. Carpets from Persia. Perfumes from Arabia. Porcelain from China. The ladies sparkled with diamonds, rubies, and pearls. The gentlemen sported the finest embroidered fabrics from Holland. The bullfights were followed by tittling, contest, and love and pride inspired frequent medieval style duels with emerald studded, godly plumed helmets, gold filigree saddles and stirrups, Toledo swords, and richly caparisoned Chilean ponies. Caparisoned? In 1579, the royal judge Matenzo complained, there is never a shortage of novelty, scandal, and wantonness. Potosi had, at the time, 800 professional gamblers, 120 famous prostitutes whose resplendent salons were thronged with wealthy miners. In 1608, Potosi celebrated the feast of the Holy Sacrament with 6 days of plays, 6 nights of masked balls, 8 days of bullfights, and 3 of fiestas, 2 tournaments, and other passions. Dissipations? Yeah. And I don't know how y'all put up with me. Spain owned the cow, others drank the milk. Okay, so this is when we read that Jacobin article about claiming, or the conversation claiming, that colonization did not bring about capitalism, that if that were the case, that Spain and Portugal should have been like the centers of financial capital instead of England. This is what I was trying to remember. Spain owned the cow, others drank the milk. Between 1454 and 1558, the prolific silver mines of Potosi in what is now Bolivia and of Zacatecas and Guanajuato in Mexico were discovered in the mercury amalgam process, which made possible the exploitation of the lowest grade silver, began to be used. The silver rush quickly eclipsed gold mining. In the mid 17th century, silver constituted more than 99% of mineral exports from Spanish America. Latin America was a huge mine, with Potosi as its chief center. Some excessively enthusiastic Bolivian writers insisted that in 3 centuries, Spain got enough metal from Potosi to make a silver bridge from the tip of the Cerro to the door of the royal palace across the ocean. This is certainly fanciful, but even the reality stretches one's imagination to the limit. The flow of silver achieved gigantic dimensions. The large scale, clandestine exports of Latin American silver as contraband to the Philippines, to China, and to Spain itself is not taken into account by Earl Hamilton, who nevertheless cites in his well known work on the subject outstanding figures based on the data from from the Casa de Contrataciones de Civil between 1503 and 1660. 185,000 kilograms of gold and 16 million of silver arrived at the Spanish port of San Lucar de Barrameda. Silver shipped to Spain in little more than a century, and they have exceeded 3 times the total European reserves, and it must be remembered that these official figures are not complete. The metals taken from the new colonial dominions not only stimulated Europe's economic development, one may say that they made it possible. Even the effect of the Persian treasure seized and poured into the Hellenic world by Alexander the Great cannot be compared with the Latin America's formidable contribution to the progress of other regions. Not, however, to that of Spain. Although Spain owned the sources of Latin American silver, as it used to be said in the 17th century, Spain is like a mouth that receives the food, chews it, and passes it on to the other organs, retaining no more than a fleeting taste of the particles that happen to stick in its teeth. The Spaniards owned the cow, but others drank the milk. The kingdom's creditors, mostly foreigners, systematically emptied the green strong room of Seville's Casa de Contratación, which was supposed to guard under 3 keys in different hands the treasure flowing from Latin America. The crown was mortgaged. It owed nearly all of the silver shipments before they arrived to German Geno. Sorry, I always struggle with that. Genoese or Genoese, Flemish, and Spanish bankers. Genoese, relating to the characteristic of the Italian seaport of Genoa or its inhabitants. Or maybe Genoese. Let's see. Okay. The same fate befell most of the duty collected in Spain itself. In 1543, 65% of all the royal revenues went to paying annuities on debts. Only in a minimal way did Latin America silver enter the Spanish economy. Although formally registered in Seville, it ended in the hands of the Fuggers, the powerful bankers who had advanced to the Pope the funds needed to finish St. Peter's, and of other big moneylenders of the period, such as the Westlers or the Schitzes and the Grimaldis. I mean, that's some fucking Harry Potter ass names right there. The silver also went to paying for the exports of non-Spanish merchandise to the New World. The rich empire had a poor metropolis, although the illusion of prosperity blew increasingly large bubbles into the air. The crown kept opening up new war fronts, while on Spanish soil, the aristocracy devoted itself to extravagance, and priests and warriors, nobles and beggars multiplied as dizzyingly as living costs and interest rates. Industry died with the birth of great sterile latifunda, and Spain's sick economy could not stand up to the impact of the rising demand for food and merchandise that was inevitable results of colonial expansions. Inevitable results of colonial expansion. The big rise in public expenditures and the choking pressures of overseas possessions, consumer needs, accelerated trade deficit, and set off galloping inflation. Jean-Baptiste Colbert, these families, bro, these families, French Minister of Marine under Louis the 15th? No, the 16th. The 16th. Wrote, the more business a state does with the Spaniards, the more silver it has. There was a sharp European struggle for the Spanish trade, which brought with it a market in the silver of Latin America. The late 17th century French document tells us that Spain controlled only 5% of the trade with its overseas colonial possessions, despite the juridical marriage of its monopoly. Almost a third of the total was in Dutch and Flemish hands, a quarter belonged to the French, and the Guineas controlled over 1/5, the English 1/10, and the Germans somewhat less. Latin America was a European business. 14. It was 14? Ah, that's so funny. Oh, because the one is before the 5, or the numeric Roman numeral 1 is before the 5, so you deduct it? Or why wouldn't they write it out like 4? I thought it only became that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Hmm. Band, I was trying to do that, but then I feel like I'm being like over the top. Hold on, I gotta find out. Hold on. Okay, the Roman numeral represents 14. It is constructed by combining x, meaning 10, with the 1v, which is 5 minus 1, resulting in 14. Ah. Okay. I wasn't doubting you, Chitty Matcha. I just wanted to know. Okay, where are we? But yeah, so this section alone, this little paragraph starting from the rich empire at a poor metropolis to Latin America was a European business, was what I was remembering when that individual being interviewed by Jacobin was trying to diminish the influence of colonialism in the birth of capitalism. It just didn't make any sense. Because his argument specifically was, well, if that's the case, why wasn't, Spain like the hub, the financial hub of the world, when they were the ones doing at the beginning most of the colonization? And I remember reading that and being like pissed the fuck off, because I'm like, you're all more educated than I am. You're all better read than I am. Y'all can read better than I can. And I know why that is. I remember this section, and I remember being like, damn, I don't know how to find it though. Like, I wouldn't know what specifically to look up, but this is why it's always important to go back to the text that you have read to refresh your memory, right? But yeah, this part where essentially Latin America was a European business is why it's so important. Charles V, heir to the Holy Roman Emperors, by purchase election, man of jutting chin and idiot gaze, spent only 16 of his reigns, 40 years in Spain. Having occupied the throne without knowing a word of Spanish, he governed with a retinue of rapacious Flemings, whom he authorized to take out of Spain uh, mule train loads of gold and jewels, and whom he showered with, uh, excuse me, is that bishoprics? Damn, bishoprics, bureaucratic title, bishoprics. That's funny. Oh, right here. Or I'm assuming that's anointing somebody, a bishop. Bishopric. Yeah, the office or rank of the bishop. That's funny. Bureaucratic titles, and even the first license to ship slaves to Latin American colonies. Intent on hounding Satan all across Europe, he drained Latin America of its treasures for his religious wars. Habsburg dynasty did not collapse with his death. Spain had to suffer them for nearly 2 centuries. The great leader of the Counter Reformation was his son Philip II. From his huge palace monastery, Escorial, or Escorial, I guess, because it's Spain, on the slopes of the Sierra de Guadarrama, Philip spread the grime operations, or the grim, excuse me, Philip spread the grim operations of the Inquisitions across the world and launched his armies against the centuries of heresy. Jesus. Against the centers of heresy. Calvinism had taken hold in Holland, England, and France, and Turks embodied the peril of a return to the faith of Allah. Spreading the true faith was a costly business. A few gold and silver objects, marvels of Latin American art that arrived unmelted down from Mexico and Peru, were quickly taken from the Casa de Contratación in Seville and thrown into the crucibles. At the same time, heretics or those suspected of heresy were roasted in the Inquisition's purifying flames. Torquemada burned books, and the devil's tail peeped out from every crevice. The war against Protestantism was also the war against ascendant capitalism in Europe. The perpetuation of the Crusades, writes J.H. Eliot, meant the perpetuation of the archaic social organization of a nation of crusaders. The medals of Latin America, the Dilrum, and the downfall of Spain provided a means to fight against the nascent forces of the modern economy. Charles V had already defeated the Castilian bourgeoisie in the uprising of the Comuneros, which had become a social revolution against the nobility, its property, and privileges. The uprisings were crushed following the betrayal of the city of Burgos, which would be Francisco Franco's capital for 4 centuries later. With the latest rebel fires extinguished, Charles returned to Spain accompanied by 4,000 German soldiers. At the same time, the highly radical insurrection of weavers, spinners, and artisans who had taken power in the city of Valencia and had extended it through the whole district was drowned in blood. Defense of the Catholic faith turned out to be a mask for the struggle against history. The expulsion of the Jews in the time of Ferdinand and Isabella had deprived Spain of many able artisans and indispensable capital. The expulsion of the Arabs in 1609 is considered less important, although no fewer than 275,000 Moors were put over the border, disastrously affecting the economy of Valencia and ruining the fertile Aragonese lands south of Ebro. Previously, Philip II had thrown out thousands of Flemish artisans guilty or suspected of Protestantism. England welcomed them, and they made a solid contribution to that country's manufacturers. It is clear that the enormous distances and difficulties of communication were not the main obstacles to Spain's industrial progress. Spanish capitalists became no more than renters. Rentiers? Yeah, more than rentiers through the purchase of titles to crown debt, and did not invest their capital in industrial development. The economic surplus went into unproductive channels. The old wealthy class, señores of gallows and knife, the owners of land and titles of nobility, built palaces and accumulated jewels. The new rich, speculators and merchants, bought land and titles. Neither one nor the other paid taxes worth mentioning, nor could they be imprisoned for debt. Anyone devoted himself to industrial activity automatically lost his membership in the gentleman's club. uh, Successive commercial treaties signed after Spain's military defeats in Europe gave concessions that stimulated maritime trade between the port of Cadiz, where Latin America's metals were landed, and French, English, Dutch, and Hanseatic ports. Every year, from 800 to 1,000 ships unloaded in Spain the products of other countries' industry. They reloaded with Latin American silver and Spanish wool that went to foreign looms, whence it would be returned already woven by the expanding European industry. Cadiz monopolists merely forwarded foreign industrial products which were then shipped to the New World. If Spanish manufacturers could not even supply the home market, how could they satisfy the needs of the colonies? The laces of Leye and Arras, Dutch fabrics, Brussels tapestries, Florentine brocades, Venetian crystals, Milanese arms, and French wines and clothes swamped the Spanish market at the expense of local production. To satisfy the ostentation and consumer demands of ever more numerous and powerful parasites in ever poorer countries, industry died in the egg, and the Habsburgs did their best to speed its demise. The process reached its height in the mid 16th century when important importation of foreign textiles was authorized and all exports of Castilian fabrics was banned except to Latin America. In contrast, Jorge Alvarado Ramos has noted where the policies of Henry VIII and Elizabeth I in England, when in that ascendant nation they banned the exports of gold and silver, monopolized letters of credit, stopped wool exports, and ousted the North Sea merchants of Hanseatic League from British ports. Meanwhile, the Italian republics were protecting their industry and external commerce through tariffs, privileges, and rigorous prohibitions. Craftsmen could not leave the country under pain of death. Jesus fuck. Everything went to rack and ruin. Of 16,000 looms in Seville on Charles V's death in 1558, only 400 remained when Philip II died 40 years later. The 7 million ship in Andalusian flock were reduced to 2 million. In Don Quixote de la Mancha, which was banned for a long time in Latin America, Cervantes drew a portrait of the society of his time. A mid 16th century decree stopped the importation of foreign books and barred students from taking courses outside Spain. The Salamanca student body was reduced by half in a few decades, where there were 9,000 covenants, and the clergy multiplied almost as fast as the cloak and sword nobility. 160,000 foreigners monopolized foreign trade, and the squanderings of the aristocracy condemned Spain to economic impotence. Around 1630, 150 odd dukes, marquesses, counts, and viscounts garnered 5 million ducats in annual rent, adding ever more frills to their fancy titles. The Duke of Medinaceli, Jesus, Medin Asili, had 700 servants, and the Duke of Osuna, 2 scores of the Tsar of Russia, dressed his 300 in leather cloaks. That's kind of badass. So fucking stupid. The 16th century was the time of the picarro, the rogue, and of hunger epidemics. Spain had countless beggars, but this did not discourage an influx of foreign beggars from every corner of Europe. By 1700, there were 625,000 hidalgos, knights of the battlefield. Although the country was emptying, its population had dwindled by half in somewhat more than 2 centuries and was equal to that of England, which had doubled in the same period. Habsburg regime finally ended in 1700 amid total bankruptcy, chronic unemployment, idle latifundos, chaotic currency, ruined industry, lost wars, empty coffers, central authority ignored in the provinces. The Spain that Philip V faced was hardly less defunct than its dead master. Damn. The Bourbons gave Spain a more modern look. But at the end of the 18th century, there were 200,000 clergymen, and the unproductive population continued to proliferate at the expense of the country's underdevelopment. More than 10,000 towns and cities were still subject to seigneurial jurisdiction of the nobility and thus outside the king's direct control. The latifunda and the institution of entailed estates remained intact, along with obscurantism and fatalism. Sorry, obscurantism, obscurantism, and fatalism. Nothing had improved since the era of Philip. Now I'm going to say the fourth, when a group of theologians examining a project for a canal between Manzanares and Tagus had ended their deliberations by declaring that if God had wanted the rivers to be if God had wanted the rivers to be navigable, he himself would have so arranged it. Jesus, bro. That was brutal. My apologies. I think next time we're going to stop there just for now, just 'cause I'm pretty burned out. We are 6 hours. Yeah, no. We're stopping there. Or let's jump on to Discord. I appreciate y'all so much. Hit the like button. We're going to jump on Discord and talk a little bit of shit. We're going to go over the book. Any other comments, thoughts, and concerns? I'm sure we can navigate through them. I appreciate y'all. 6 hours, man. Okay. Open Veins of Latin America by Eduardo Galeano. We're gonna get through it. I promise. But for now, we close off with John Trudell, the Beast. In the whiffs of smoke, down in the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal. Nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you, like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls, built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Man. Another long stream. You know how apparently this is the new norm. And there's always stuff that I just, haven't gotten to that I need to make sure I make time for. But until then, I appreciate y'all very much. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. And let me see here. Please remember what Glenn Ford said. Organize with eyes wide open. And if you haven't already, join the Patreon. $2 gets you into the door for the Discord. It's fun. It's a good time. We talk a lot of shit. We share a little bit of knowledge. We do that as well. Pero por mientras, Ya estuvo.